feeling like I'm Akademiks. Can't ride away.
Wait, what? Nigga, I thought that's... Wait, hold on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down.
Watch out.
Wait.
Somebody trying to shoot down Trump? Y'all better not shoot my damn president, man. Stop fucking playing with me, man. What the fuck?
All right, you see there again moments ago when the former president was just starting to speak at this campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania, and you heard that popping noise, and now he was escorted.
Wait, what the fuck is going on?
Bad too. That's
filed
No fucking way.
that we
Pre-tape
planning of
former President Trump hasn't quite.
Out here to this event in Pennsylvania. It seems he's about to speak. Let's listen.
No fucking...
This is a big crowd. This is a big, beautiful crowd. I wish the fake news back there would show it. I wish they'd spin their cameras and show it, because nobody would believe it.
Wait, if somebody shoots at him, and I'm hearing he got shot in the ear, it can't be shot. Nigga, that means somebody would have got killed behind him. There's mad people behind him. Hold on.
You know, the other day, Biden was saying, I got big crowds, meaning him. He gets big crowds. He doesn't know what a big... And there were like 93 people there. 93, you know what that is? That's where the front row Joes sit, right here, 93. We got more than 93 front row Joes. Hello, Butler, and hello to Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, and that's what you are, and we got to bring our country back to health, because our country is going to hell, if you haven't noticed. Millions and millions of people are pouring in from prisons and from mental institutions. We're going to stop it. We're going to get it stopped. We're going to bring them back. As he said, we're going to bring them back. We're going to deport. With the help of everyone here tonight, we're going to win Pennsylvania this November. We're going to defeat crooked Joe Biden and laughing Kamala Harris. And we're going to take back the White House, and we're going to take back our country. We're going to take it back. Our country's been stolen from us. You see that? It's the greatest, one of the greatest crimes is what they've done over 4 years and hiding what the obvious facts are, isn't it, huh? Isn't it a shame? You run for the President of the United States from a basement. All very dishonest stuff, but you know, we're going to have the greatest election. I tell you what, we did fantastically in 2016. We did much better in 2020. You know, we did much better. And it was rigged. It was a rigged deal, but we did much better. But it's nothing compared to the enthusiasm all over, not just in Pennsylvania, all over. There's nothing compared to the enthusiasm that we've seen over the last year. Because, I mean, a year, think of it, year and a half ago it started. It really started from immediately after the election. You want to know?
Yo, this is crazy if this is like some real shit.
Know the truth. But a year and a half ago, we were seeing crowds of people desperate to have rap.
Yo, Trump, you got to spin the block. Yo, I ain't going to lie to you. I'm going to keep it a bean with you. I don't, we ain't even get to that part yet. But for the love of God, I hope this was not a nigga who did this. Because I don't know about OTF and them niggas sliding for Vaughn. But them racist niggas, they finna slide for Trump, nigga. I don't know. I'm just hoping it's not a nigga who did this bullshit. Please. I don't want to get caught. No crossfire. Whoever did that.
Rallies desperate to have anything to take back our country. And we're going to take it back. Next week, the Republican Party will hold its convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And 5 days from now, we will officially accept the Republican nomination for President of the United States. Right? And we're going to get a good senator. I'll tell you, you have a real stiff right now in office. He's a stiff. You know, your current senator, I never met him. I don't think I've ever met him. I was only there 4 years, but I don't think I ever met him. I'll tell you, that's your senator. He votes with
right
Biden
here.
or whoever happens to be
Right.
furthest left. We got to get him elected. McCormick. We got to get McCormick. Press McCormick.
Right here.
He's a good man, too. He's a valiant fighter. He's a great, great gentleman. So we're going to bring him up for can we bring him up for a couple of minutes later? A little bit later. All right. You get ready, McCormick. You get ready. I'll get you up here. The world will see a vibrant Republican Party that is bigger, stronger, more confident, and more united than ever before. And that's what we are. We're the most united party. Now, I'm watching the fake news go crazy because they're saying the Republican Party has not been united since Ronald Reagan like it is right now. It was united under Ronald Reagan. The second time, it was very united. And they said there's never been anything like it. They've never seen a movement like this. Make America great again. You know, Joe Biden talks about we have to stop MAGA. MAGA means make America great again, Joe. It means make America great again. That's all we want to do. If he was doing the job, I wouldn't even be doing this. I'd be at some beautiful place with a gorgeous ocean, the Mediterranean, the Atlantic, maybe the Pacific. Thank you. Thank you. Instead, I'm here with you fighting like hell to get a senator elected and to make sure we take back the White House, because if we do, we're going to make America better than ever before. We're going to make it. And it's not easy because we have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here. Dangerous people, criminals. We have criminals. We have drug dealers. We have people that should not be here. And it's much tougher than if it happened. We had the strongest border ever. In recorded history, we had the best border.
Yo, I'm going to be honest with you, and I know I ain't even get to it on it. Yo, whoever did some fuck shit, I hope it ain't no black people. And just for y'all's sake, I hope it ain't no Mexican either. If it was a Mexican who did this, nigga, Trump might nuke the United States trying to nuke them. Like, I'm telling you, it's over. Like, yo, it's over. Yo, we gotta hope this is a nigga from Russia. This gotta hope some nigga from China. Trust me. We gotta hope. Listen, we love Uncle Trump. It's Uncle Trump. We fuck with him. But whoever did some fuck shit cannot be black. And better not be a Mexican. Nigga, they gonna shut down immigration for life. And if it's Mexico, nigga, they might fire so much nukes at fucking Mexico, the United States get blown up too. It gotta be some nigga that live over there.
In fact, if they could ever put up a chart, I don't know if they can do it. Do you guys have access to that chart that I love so much? You don't mind if I go off teleprompter, do you? Because these teleprompters are so damn boring, I try and explain that. Oh,
we're just watching the lead up. We're going to see it happen.
Wow. You guys are doing it. They're getting better with time.
I think here.
Guys, take a look at that chart.
Right here?
Take a look at the arrow on the bottom. See the big red arrow, right? So that's when I left office. That was the lowest point, and that comes right from the government services, comes right out of Border Patrol. Take a look at that. So that arrow is the lowest amount of illegal immigration ever in recorded history into our country. And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
I think right here. Oh, Oh! Oh, nah, they really tried to take out Uncle Trump. Nah, this shit crazy. Nah. How do I go like 10 seconds back? They tried to take Uncle Trump out. Well, let me get it in better quality. Damn it. It's fucked up, ain't it? Over here talking about better quality type shit. Right.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Right. Whoa, it sounded like 2 shots.
We're watching here live this event happening over in Pennsylvania.
Nigga, I'm ducking too. That's how yo. Yo, is that Sleepy Joe? Yo, who did that?
And
Yo, that's Hillary. That's Hillary. Word 2. That's Hillary right there, nigga. They couldn't put him in jail. They said they're trying to take him out. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. By the way, if Trump faked this, like, this is the craziest shit ever. But I don't think he faked it. He did. Yo, I'll be following Trump. Go kill yourself if you care. He did say, yo, they ain't locked me up. You know what the next thing is? He was on some Andrew Tate shit. I'm like, what the next thing is? My stupid ass. What the next thing is if they don't lock you up?
it seems like popping sounds over in the background. We've had the Secret Service members kind of have former President Donald Trump duck there from the podium. I'm going to pump up the audio so we can keep listening into this happening right now.
Get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
They said shooters down? Oh, they clapped that nigga, man. Rest in piss, little nigga. You thought you was gonna clap you thought you were gonna clap Big 45? Rest in piss! What not to eat on his birthday? Yo, the shit they hit that nigga with, that nigga was probably doing the Harlem Shake, nigga. They said shoot her down. That nigga is a pack.
Let's move.
Yeah, all them little soldiers, shut the fuck up. The Secret Service run this show. That's what I'm talking about. By the way, you know what's so crazy too? And I hate that I'm interrupting. Y'all do know the reason why niggas trying to kill Trump is because everybody keeps saying he's a threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy, threat to democracy. They've pumped this idea to regular people who are now believing this is a dictator who's gonna be some Stalin or some motherfucking Hitler type of guy. So that's why niggas are trying to kill him, right? So this is why we'll be talking about messaging sometime and they start labeling something mad or radioactive and like everybody on the other side be like, we're not violent. Look, he's the one who said go rush the Capitol. He's the violent one. Nigga, y'all keep saying he's a threat to democracy and niggas now tried to blow his brains out.
Let me get my shoes on.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes on.
Gangsta! Yo, let me get my kicks, bro. Stop playing with me, man. Let me get my kicks. What you doing? Let me get my kicks. Get my kicks. I'm gangster, nigga. Fuck is y'all talking about?
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes on.
Bruh, Trump gangster. Yo, Trump gangster, nigga. Nigga, this is the most gangster shit since Tupac got shot at Quad Studios, nigga, and while he was on the stretcher, he had the middle fingers up, nigga. Nah, Trump gangster, bro. Nigga, where my mail-in ballot? I gotta fill that bitch out. I'm voting Trump. Hey, for whoever trying to kill Trump, even if he dead, we voting for him. I'm keeping it a bean.
Watch out.
That nigga gonna rule. He gonna rule the United States like Julio Fulio, nigga. He gonna rule it from a Twitter page. Fuck all that. Fuck what y'all niggas talk about. Yo, Trump gonna rule this shit from an Instagram page. Yo, I'm going live soon. I know what they said. I ain't done yet. Nuh-uh. MAGA. Like, yo, I'm telling y'all, don't try to clap Uncle T. That's my boy. Yo, even if y'all do nothing to him, we still vote for him. He gonna be president from the grave, nigga. Like, I'm telling you, bro. He gonna be on some Julio Fulio shit, nigga. He gonna hop up like the Undertaker. Yeah, nigga. Stop playing. Yo, I swear, this picture right here is going to make $1 billion for this nigga. That one hit, I swear, yo, he gonna put this on a t-shirt. Secret Service around in bloody ear, $1 billion. Nothing less. $1 billion, bro. I'm gonna see how quick the Trump team work. If they got this on t-shirts by tonight, it's over. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Biden might as well just like concede the election. Yo, you got it though. I ain't gonna go against you. Look, hey, I ain't gonna lie. These little fake MAGA pussies back here trash as hell, nigga. Like, somebody just tried to clap your president, y'all was ducking. Y'all niggas should be, for all that Proud Boys, whatever nonsense shit y'all be talking, wearing all them red hats, niggas thought y'all was down to squabble for y'all nigga. Shit happening, y'all over here like, oh shit real? Now I thought y'all be like, nah, where that nigga at? Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. This is the moment. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping there's nobody of color. This is the moment that racism came back in the country. Yo, just look at this one nigga right here. You could tell, yo, you could, like, without him saying nothing, like these niggas right here, look at these niggas right here. They basically said, lock the borders! They're doing the what's that shit that Hitler did? Get him out of here. Yo, I swear, it better not be nobody of color that they got going on with this fuck shit. This better be a white man that did this, bro. I'm telling you, we done. Yo, look at this guy right here. He was just ducking, but look at him. The racism just electrified this nigga. This nigga looked like somebody out of the Wizard of Oz, nigga. Actually, this nigga looked like one of them niggas from they be having a bunch of not Mormons, what they call it again? The people who don't have electricity in Pennsylvania. Look. This right here, that's racism, nigga. Racism. Look. Racism. Look, yeah, this guy right here, look. This nigga was just ducking this taco, nigga. Now he's getting up, and he just got up in full KKK. He might as well throw a hood on. This nigga right here. Look at this motherfucker right here. He still got his drink. Nah, Secret Service got to fix up. Nigga, that's a straight headshot still, nigga. The fuck is y'all talking about? How y'all know it's just one shooter? I know y'all say shooter down. How you know it's just one shooter? Nigga, I watched enough movies. Y'all ever see that movie where they were trying to kill the president? It was called like Vantage Point or some shit. Nigga, these niggas are unprepared. Like, for a moment like this, y'all gotta have a Kevlar bulletproof sheet to just throw over his ass that nothing could penetrate. Pause. That nigga won the election, man. That nigga won the election. Imagine this Secret Service job right here is to carry the red hat. Their only job of, like, no disrespect to women, but the only woman on the what's it called again? The Secret Service. Her job is to just carry his hat down the stairs. Okay, shorty, carry the hat. It's a woman, right? Let me make sure. Not slander a woman directly, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's your job, carry the fucking hat, okay? Carry the red hat. You heard me? You heard me? Yo, brother, you supposed to put your head in front of his head, pause, that you could catch the head us. You know what I mean? If somebody try to headshot him, you supposed to hit you first. That's what y'all signed up for. Like, that's how the gig goes. Like, y'all all said y'all will give y'all life for the president. Y'all niggas supposed to be over here like this, like, shooter, you can't get him. I'm here. Like, yo, you got to get me. Like, that's what y'all supposed to be on. Like, you're supposed to have your hand right here, like, nigga, to absorb a fucking 50 cal through your fucking knuckle, nigga. The fuck is you got going on? This is a bad thing to joke about, right? Yeah, I don't know if I should put this on YouTube. Actually, no, it's Trump. Niggas don't care about Trump. Well, like, the woke people. Like, YouTube is going to promote this video. If this is about Biden, nigga, they ban you if you even joke about this shit. Nigga, let's go buy a MAGA hat right now, nigga. Fuck all that, man. I need the original. I had the card, nigga. We gotta get this shit going on. Yo, Trump be on some bullshit. How much? Yo, Trump might come out and be like, they really shot the hat, but really, the hat was really made of bulletproof shit. You know what I mean? Like, yo, get themselves running up. You know what I mean? Nah, I might need a Trump pillow or something like that. You feel me? Trying to kill the GOAT president. Fuck you got going on here? Let's get the Trump 45 collection. What's the problem? Nah, I'm fucking with Trump. I ain't gonna lie. I'm telling you, if I kill my president, he gonna rule this shit on some Julio Fulio shit, bro. His Instagram is still gonna be Instagramming. He gonna be calling Sleepy Joe. He gonna be calling that nigga Sleepy Joe, nigga, for 100 years. So cut it out. All right, cut it out. Yo, they really try to clap my prezi. Nah, this nigga's a legend. Like, he's the most legendary. Bro, they tried to John F. Kennedy him and he still survived, nigga. Bruh. Meg Thee Stallion act like she was gonna die off her Legos. Yo, this nigga caught one to the head, to the dome, and he's chilling. Yo. Nah, that's my president. All right, he deserves a raise. He got his hand there, like, in case. Fuck. No. Yeah. Fuck. Yo.
Okay, they are escorting the former President Donald Trump away from this podium over in Pennsylvania. You just heard moments ago what sounded like a popping noise. No confirmation as of yet as to what that could have been. It really could be anything at this point. We don't know if it was a shots fired.
Nigga, I heard shooter down. Like, am I tripping, chat? Let's go back. Nigga, I heard shooter down. Word 2, nigga. You hear? That's more gunshots. Nigga, I know some gunshots now.
We're watching here.
Look at these people here. They're looking, everybody's, so it makes sense how he got shot, actually. So the shooter got to be over this way, Chad. It's over here. Because, remember, he got shot in the ear, so it looked like the person aimed and his ear that was faced, because he's looking that direction when he gets shot, allegedly, right? Look, he's looking that direction. He's looking that direction, so the shooter shoots, probably misses his face, probably trying to give him a face shot, and hits his ear or grazed him somewhere in his head. And you could tell that the action's over there because even the people, he gets down, but the people starts looking over there, and then you hear shooter down. Look
at what happened.
Oh, shit. Yo, look at this nigga face. Oh, my God. They just killed my president. Oh, hell nah. Nah, this is the GOAT. This is the GOAT. Nah, this is the GOAT. Yeah, chat, we done with hip hop topics today. This is the GOAT. We gotta make sure the GOAT get proper help. Nah, yo, you hear them gunshots? They're giving that nigga they're giving that nigga all type of shots to his stomach.
We're watching here live.
If you ask me, I would imagine that either a field agent or a sniper probably annihilates that nigga, whoever who did it. And bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'd be highly disappointed if this was like, it wasn't a shot, it was some equipment that blew up. I'm like, what?
This event happening over in Pennsylvania, and it seems like popping sounds over in the background. We've had the Secret Service members kind of have a former President Donald Trump duck there from the podium. I'm going to pump up the audio so we can keep listening into this happening right now.
Get ready. We ready? Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move?
Hey, you hear them say shooters down, right? I do hear them say shooters down type shit. Damn.
We're clear. We're clear. We're clear. We're clear.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
Nigga, let me get my loafers, nigga. Yo, Trump gangster, man. A pussy nigga not gonna let him leave his shoes, nigga. This the president I want talking to Putin. Yo, Putin, I survived a 5.56, nigga. I blow your whole country up, nigga. I put Russia in space. Get the fuck out of here. You think you could bully a nigga like this who took a gunshot and still want to do the speech? Come on, man. We got a nigga that can't even say his ABCs no more. Trump over there getting a gunshot and just taking it like he Rambo, gang.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
I'm telling y'all, that USA's chant is a little bit racist. Trust me. Yo, all y'all niggas in the inner cities that's doing crimes, they about to go crazy on y'all niggas. Put a good week in between your next crime. Until they figure out what this is at and they target that one group, all you Negroes, especially in Pennsylvania, matter of fact, Philly, if you're in Philly and you got a switch, just throw it outside and just like put your hands up. You don't want no smoke from what's about to happen. Just leave it alone. If you got a little button on your gun and you think you super gangster, this is the time to just deactivate for a while. You see your op, dap that nigga up and be like, yo, I'm going to kill you when Trump get in office. But right now, they're about to go crazy on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania about to look so clean, nigga. That shit, nigga, they won't have a nigga jaywalking over there. I guarantee you. Watch. I ain't gonna lie to you. To keep it real too, shit. I ain't gonna lie. I'm still voting for Trump. But I remember when that nigga said, he said, they keep asking, you gonna be a dictator? He said, nah. Maybe on just day one, but not really. Psh, Trump about to be on some King Jong-un shit, nigga. Like, you niggas even think about him disrespectful, you niggas getting wiped out, nigga. Stop it, nigga. That nigga about to be on some King Jong-un shit, my nigga. He about to wild out on y'all now.
Okay, they are escorting the former President Donald Trump away from this podium over in Pennsylvania. You just heard moments ago what sounded like a popping noise. No confirmation as of yet as to what that could have been. It really could be anything at this point. We don't know if it was shots fired in the distance. We don't know if it was possibly fireworks or something of that nature. But you see that entire crowd there really just kind of rampant in this.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
This is crazy.
So we gotta move to the bus.
This is crazy. Hold on. Let me fast forward the timeline.
And comes through the former president's official social media channels, but for now you're seeing some of the reaction from people like J.D. Vance and Tim Scott, who are reacting to this very scary situation, Carell.
And Austin, I know that you're going to be on standby here. Like you mentioned, you're going to be checking social media, the internet, just trying to get all of the latest information on that. So we're going to check in with you in just a little bit. In the meantime, I do want to get out to some of that reaction, though, that is continuing to pour in on this day as we follow the breaking news of a popping noises heard at a Trump campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. Take a look at this. We do have J.D. Vance here speaking out on Twitter, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president. Here he says, everyone join me in praying for our President Trump and everyone at that rally. I hope he is okay. Reaction does continue to pour in. We have, again, Tim Scott, another potential vice presidential pick for the former president. Here he says, please join me in praying for President Donald J. Trump and the safety of those at the Trump rally. We are still, again, working to learn what those popping noises were. It was a very tense and scary situation over at what was going to be just a run-of-the-mill rally, just as Austin did mention moments ago, and then chaos just erupted. If you are just joining us now, we are following this breaking news story, and there you see a photo of what Austin was just referencing. You can see what looks to be blood on the president's face, on his ear. He did go down as soon as we heard those popping noises and was touching his ear, as Austin had just mentioned. So we are trying to work and follow the latest. There has been no confirmation as—
Yo, this is crazy. Niggas saying the shooter must be Ben Simmons. Yo, y'all gotta stop. Y'all niggas better stop playing with my Uncle T.
To what those popping noises were. We are working to see if it was potentially something malicious, potentially something dangerous. That entire crowd in Butler has completely dispersed at this moment. If you are just joining us now, again, this is breaking news that we're following happening earlier this hour. Trump taking to the stage just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, just after 3 p.m. Pacific time. About 5 minutes into his speech, we heard those popping noises. The president went down and Secret Service agents rushed to the stage to protect him. If you missed those moments, I'd like to play those out for you next. Here is what happened and what we're covering.
And then the worst president in the history of our country took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Move his spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare.
Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready.
We ready?
This nigga a legend, bro.
Are we good? Shooter's down. Are we good to move?
Clear.
Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
Hey, chat. First of all, that's Uncle Trump. We want no harm coming to Uncle Trump. That's our guy. But I gotta tell y'all the truth, man. Uncle Trump went to get a chopped cheese in Harlem, and nobody even tried to spit at him, man. Niggas was dapping him up, shouting him out, taking selfies with him. The black folks were very hospitable. Us black people, even if we don't like Trump, we ain't gonna do no fuck shit. We know what type of time it is. So all I'm saying is, all I want him to do is to clear us black folks. Clear us from this fuckery, okay? Butler, where this is, Butler, Pennsylvania? That's some other people. That's some other people, okay? That nigga went to Harlem. He went to Bronx. He was kicking it with K-Flock's people. That nigga was all over with a bunch of niggas. Yo, that nigga was chilling with Chef G and Sleepy Hollow. That nigga even went to actual Philly and was kicking it with OT7 Kwani. And he was good. It took a fuck shit. Like where he went to some place, look at the people in the background of this shit. We all know that these motherfuckers still say the hard ER. That's all I'm trying to say. Us black people ain't got nothing to do with this. And that's what I'm hoping, and I hope it will be confirmed quite soon. Yo, Get Back gonna be a motherfucker for Trump. Yo, Get Back gonna be a motherfucker for Trump. Yo, Trump the Get Back gonna be a motherfucker. You know what would be epic? And obviously, this is not no jokes number. This is a crazy situation. If they shot off piece of his ear and his ear fell to the ground like the piece of Evander Holyfield's ear that Mike Tyson bit, and let's say when he fell, when he ducked down, he grabbed the piece of his ear that was shot off, nigga, he could auction that ear off for a smooth $100 million. Maybe I'm too money hungry. Like, right? Like, I shouldn't be thinking about it. But imagine that. The MAGA ear. Where the insurgents and the ops try to take his life. And they shot piece of his ear off, but we have it here and say he's going to put it on. Oh, this is crazy.
All right, we wanted to show you that entire event in its entirety, a very tense and scary situation over in Butler, Pennsylvania, as we continue to monitor this breaking news and developing story, popping noises heard at a Trump campaign event. We have more reaction pouring into the newsroom. I want to take a couple of more tweets here. First up, we have the Texas Governor Greg Abbott. He says this: they tried to jail him, they tried to kill him. It will not work. He is indomitable. We do have some more reaction here. Speaker Mike Johnson praying for President Trump. We did hear earlier from J.D. Vance, also Senator Tim Scott, both of them potential vice presidential picks. We are working to get more information on this, but we are going to stay on this story until we learn more of that very scary and tense situation. I do see that more people are popping in to get this breaking news. And we do want to continue to provide all of the latest. Here, for some more context, I want to bring into the conversation once again my colleague Austin Westfall. He has been monitoring social media, the internet, trying to get all of the reaction and any new information that we have. Austin.
Black people, I think we safe. I just Googled it. Butler, Pennsylvania. Racial demographic. I Googled it. I goddamn Googled it. It says 89, basically 90% white, 2 or more races, 5%. Niggas, we're less than 3%. I think we're safe with this one. I think we're safe, okay? This is one of them kamikaze white boys live in a trailer park. Us niggas, I don't think we got nothing to worry. I think. Because we know how niggas move. Pull it like this. If you got beef in Philly, just move to Jersey. Them niggas will never see you again in life. Niggas you got beef with might have a gun, but no car and no bus pass. They not traveling to go kill you. They ain't on that type of shit. They ain't that type of shit. You know what I mean? If you got beef in O Block, nigga go 8 blocks that way, 5 blocks that way, and them niggas won't see you for another 40 years. You're safe. Niggas don't travel, and niggas, they be saying they be mad, but they ain't that mad, okay? Trust me. Get Back might have no date, but Get Back definitely has some type of a radius where it happens. You know what I mean? Remember they be like, yo, O Block, Get Back got no date, they about to go to Savannah. Niggas in O Block don't even know how to get out of Chicago. Like, how the fuck they gonna get to Chicago? How the fuck they gonna get to Savannah? Nigga, they over here reading the book. Is this a Greyhound? I'm gonna get down there to go get my Get Back for Vaughn. What the fuck? I'm telling you, niggas is safe as hell. The only time you see bullshit happens when 2 niggas live in the same city. So I don't think niggas is a part of this type of bullshit. I don't think there's 2% niggas here, and I don't think no niggas from no other places traveled here to go get the bullshit done. So it's white people. White people, y'all on the hook. Whites. Hey, you know how sometimes we be like, yo, stay out of black people business? We gonna stay out of y'all business with this one, okay? Y'all got it. Go handle that over there. We'll just hear about it on the news, okay? They said there's only 382 Hispanic people. God damn it. They got it broken down to that much? Let's see. Oh shit, they got it. whites over 11.8K. Whites. Non-Hispanic, but two races, less than 1,000. Black or African American, less than 500. I know none of them 500 ain't doing that bullshit. And Hispanic is 382 people. Okay. Foreign born, oh, y'all just got to worry about this. About 500 people, y'all got to make sure none of them people is Mexican. That nigga will erase, that nigga will go conquer Mexico like he think he Christopher Columbus, bro. Like, he will get them out of here, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. Goddamn.
I know that President Biden was actually asked about this moments ago. What did he say?
The White House press pool that travels with Biden was covering him as he was leaving Mass in Delaware. Biden was asked if he had been briefed about the incident. Biden simply responding, no. That is the only thing we've heard from Biden's camp so far. That's the only thing we've heard from the White House press pool so far. We've seen House Speaker Johnson posting on X that he's praying for Trump. We're seeing a number of high-ranking lawmakers who are sending their prayers to the former president at this time. We're also, and there we have Speaker Johnson chiming in on X. We're still working to gather details about where this goes from here. We do know that the Secret Service and other law enforcement agencies have not immediately responded to messages from the Associated Press. We know that police began vacating the fairgrounds shortly after Trump left the stage in what local officers described as a crime scene. The crowd, as you saw, was cheering Carell as soon as he got back up and pumped his fist. We do know that his motorcade has since left the venue and his condition is not immediately known. However, we do know that he stood up. He was speaking, he was mouthing some words as he was being whisked away, and he was pumping his fist as he was being whisked away as well.
Damn, this nigga looked like he looked disappointed. Like, damn, they didn't turn this thing into a pack? Yo, he looked like uninterested.
Because there was some early speculation, like, was he possibly bleeding from his face as a result of him falling to the ground? Well, if you watch the video closely, he immediately went for that ear. He grabbed for it as soon as those bangs started ringing out. Carell, we're still waiting for any official word from any law enforcement in the area that can give us some sort of clue about what their initial investigation is finding.
And then, Austin, as you did mention, we did see him reach for that ear as soon as we heard those popping noises. For everybody just joining us now, we are going to continue to replay those moments so you can see for yourself exactly what happened at that campaign rally over in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm going to re-rack it for you and bring it to you again. We are following this developing story. We are working to get all of the latest information for you. As you saw, my colleague Austin Westfall there, he is scouring the web, trying to speak to different sources to try to get more information on this developing story.
Niggas is saying that they got the shooter. Nah. Wait. They said they got this.
As you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, let me grab my shoes, as they tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened. As you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then we heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, let me grab my shoes, as they tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
They carrying this motherfucker out like he's a piece of trash.
To me, as you're trying to figure out if you're okay, what's going on, was he shot, was he wounded? Then
I can't tell. That's why I'm quiet. I'm like, is he black? Is the hand black?
We heard him on the microphone, Shannon, saying, let me grab my shoes.
Is he?
They tried to take them off. So we're just trying to figure out what happened.
What the fuck?
But in the meantime, for anyone just joining us, we are following breaking news out of a campaign rally for former President Donald Trump. He was in Pennsylvania today. Let's watch the moments when chaos ensued.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
When you're ready.
Somebody said, y'all scared if the shooter's black. I mean, we gotta care, because I ain't gonna lie to you. Shit, if the shooter black, you know what Trump gonna tell them cops? Man, shoot them niggas before you even ask for their license, man. When you pull them over, they smirk at you, just get them a head tap. Like, yo, you know what I mean? Y'all think police brutality gonna be up? Yeah, that's a, you know, us black people, we always need another group to fuck it up even more. Like no disrespect to our, you know, I don't even know what to call them, so I ain't trying to get canceled. But you know them people that look like them people who was in them planes that flew in them buildings, I don't know what to call them to be politically correct. When y'all niggas got in trouble, we're like, woo! Like, we ain't happy, but we like, yo, you know what I mean? We walking around a little bit better now. Cause you know what I mean? Like, white people go look at us and be like, all right, they check for their wallet, be like, I still got my wallet, Johnny. All right, he's good. They see y'all, they be like, the plane's going down. And like, you get what I'm saying? Like, yo, we just need somebody to take the heat off of us for a little bit. Like, we need a scapegoat. That's what we do. We need a scapegoat. That's what I'm saying. We need a scapegoat. Nigga, I remember walking on the plane and me and the white people looking at the same person. I'm like, we on the same team today? Yeah, the white man gonna look at me like, you bet your goddamn right. And then we both profiling. You know what I mean? We're like, oh shit. It's a goddamn, all right. It's an interesting day in America. He looking at that nigga, I'm looking at that nigga too. Nigga, what you got hiding under that motherfucking... Nigga, you better not move during this fucking flight. Stop playing with us. Fuck you up in this motherfucking seat. He know MMA, and nigga, I'll just do some shit. I'll sit on you. Fuck that. Pause. Yeah. 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 I just needed to be some other people. Whoever they are. Leave us niggas alone for a bit. You get what I'm saying?
On you.
Chat, don't act like when you was getting on the plane with the white people, it was the first time y'all was all on the same team. Y'all both looking at everybody who come on the plane, and then you see one of them ones come on the plane, you like, a nigga about to say a prayer before you take off, you like, what the fuck you got going on? Ain't no time for praying right now. The pilot is giving instructions. Buckle up. You and the white people doing the same shit. That's what Martin Luther King dreamed of. One day, black and white people are going to be cool. Listen, the only way to get two ops cool is to hate another group. I'm sorry. Like, don't blame me. Look, the West Coast gangs been killing each other forever. As soon as they found a light-skinned Canadian to hate on, they united. The only way to unite ops is to find a new op. That is everybody's op. Facts. I'm sorry. Only way to unite two ops, y'all gotta find another op. All right, get mad.
Move.
Get mad.
Move. Go. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stand. Stand, get ready.
Oh, you heard it? You heard the call sign? Hawkeye is here. You heard that?
Hawkeye's here.
Hawkeye is here. I think that was probably the call sign for his vehicle. That was either gonna bring him to, well, actually, he doesn't have that big ass car that the president have, because he's not the president right now. But he probably still bulletproof, of course, definitely. Even that SUV, but whatever vehicle he has probably has a call sign. Or Hawkeye's a sniper, you think? Well, maybe that. Maybe Hawkeye's a nigga from the Avengers. Ain't Hawkeye in? You know the nigga in the Avengers, Hawkeye. He's the most useless nigga of all time, bro. Hawkeye, Avengers. Niggas got a hammer that could strike lightning from the fucking ceiling. You got another motherfucker who is the Hulk, who even if you dropped a building on him, he's chilling. You got Iron Man, who got unbreakable metal and is the toughest nigga and the smartest nigga. And you got a nigga over here with a bow and arrow. fuck is this nigga doing? Get this goofy out of here, man. It's time for niggas with real powers. Thor, get over there. Save somebody. Spider-Man's coming in. Hawkeye comes in. Nigga can't even jump high. He can't fly. He can't do nothing. Fuck, I don't get this goofy out of here, bro. At least Captain America comes in with a shield. He'll just throw it, it'll boomerang back to him. It's like a frisbee. You know what I mean? Like, he kind of, he doing all type of shit. He fight like it's in the 60s, but he's like tough. He's blocking bullets. This goofy was just... Hell nah, man. Hell nah. This nigga was a goofy.
Ready?
Somebody said Hawk 2 was better than Hawkeye. Oh, it sounded like they said Hawk 2 was here. Bring out Hawk 2 to suck Trump back to life. Oh my God. That would be ill. Yo, she got the magic spit. Suck him back to life. They got him. He's unconscious right now. Suck him back. You know what? The little sleeping sauce they put by your nose. You're like, oh shit, I'm back. Yo, suck him up. Suck him back to health. Yo, imagine this bitch was like, imagine her spit is like Wolverine, nigga. Like, you know how Wolverine, like, the wounds just heal in real time? She put her saliva on some Hawk Tuah shit, and all of a sudden your wounds, the ear just start becoming perfect. The blood go away. Like, God damn it, Hawk Tuah is the fucking magic. All right, let me stop.
Hawkeye's here.
Am I joking about this shit too much? Alright, I'm gonna get serious because y'all ain't gonna try to kill my president. Not my president. You feel me? Not my president. I'm about to go get some liquor and I'm about to be more serious. I'm gonna get some liquor and be more serious.
You ready?
Hold up. Don't leave.
Are we good? Shooters down. Are we good to move? Let's move. Let's move.
We're clear.
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we gotta move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
All right, I'd like to bring into the conversation now a national security expert, Hal Kemper. But Hal, I know that you were also work closely with terrorism. You've also worked with the Secret Service. You were watching this very closely as we all were here in the newsroom, this developing story, very tense, chaotic, very scary for everyone involved. Tell me, what are your initial thoughts when you see this happen at a campaign rally?
Well, campaign rallies, Corell, are always rather dangerous situations for the protectee because you have so many people there. And even though they try to do some sort of screening, a lot of times they'll have wands to try and see if they can detect firearms of everybody coming in. That tends to be pretty much the norm anymore. There's always a chance somebody could get in there. And then, of course, as we saw, just a few years ago with the former prime minister of Japan, who was making basically a political rally, was somebody built an improvised firearm. And with improvised firearms, there's a lot of different ways that they might be able to sneak that in. And of course, the fear of 3D printing firearms with non-ferrous materials like plastics or something like that. So we can only guess as to what happened. But yes, a firearm, a weapon can be gotten into a rally like this, despite all the precautions that are there. From what I saw, it looks like, or it sounds and looks like something hit hit President Trump. It sounds like something based on what I saw, and you couldn't see much, but it looked like it hit his ear, and it looked like there was blood around his ear, and that certainly in a situation like that, it would not be unlikely that a would-be assassin might go for what's called a headshot, which is they're trying to shoot him in the head. If you recall how President Kennedy was assassinated, that was a headshot that basically was used in that assassination. And there's been a number of attempts on presidents. As you know, President Reagan, there was an attempt on him. He was shot. There was an attempt on President Gerald Ford, where fortunately the gun jammed and it didn't happen. And then you go back in history, you know, McKinley, of course, Lincoln. There's been a number of attempts on political figures. You may recall George Wallace was shot, and he wasn't killed, but he was crippled, put into a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So, you know, that's why the Secret Service works so hard. I mean, they go through extensive training. The agents that are assigned to the presidential detail are vetted to make sure that they are, you know, able in every way, shape, and form to do the job for which they're assigned. And of course, what you saw there is they're trying to get the president or the former president out of there as quickly as possible. Where he is at on the stage is essentially the kill zone. That's essentially wherever the assassin was aiming is that area. And they want to get him out of there. They want to get him to what's called the Beast, the armored vehicle, where basically that's a safe area where there's a lot of armor. Small arms certainly I won't get into all the details of what that's capable of, but basically it protects the protectee, if you will. In this case, the former president. They want to get him out of there. They want to get him to safety. One thing you didn't see that you might see with the sitting president would be a more robust medical capability that would be with the actual president. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Even though he's a former president, he's not in any chain of command. So there is a protection detail, but it's not the same as you would see with the actual president. President Biden would have a bigger detail. And I've been back in Washington, D.C. when President Trump came by. He was just driving by, just happened to be near the White House. And I'll just say it's a fairly extensive entourage for a sitting president when they're in office. And that was when he was in office. So you don't see that. But you will have medically trained. Secret Service are all medically trained. They get a lot of specialized, I don't know if it would be fair to say trauma, but emergency medicine, the things that they might have to do to help the president or anybody else out who might be hit with a weapon, whether it be a firearm, project bullet, if you will, or an improvised explosive device or anything else that might hit the protectee. They get a lot of training in that. But if you look here, when you see when Secret Service gets up there, first they're shielding him. They get around him. They're all wearing vests. So basically, they're using their vests and their bodies to protect President Trump. And then what they're doing is once they have assessed that they can move him out of the situation, they're getting him out. Now, one of the things, it's a political rally. And I think President Trump's first instincts were to show the crowd that he was all right, that he wasn't, that the would-be assassins or whoever had not won the day, so to speak. And so there was a little bit of a struggle, I think, with the Secret Service agents to get him to stay down, so they can get him out of harm's way and into the vehicle, into the armored vehicle, so he can be rushed out of the scene.
Al, we're going to keep you on here, of course, throughout this developing story that we continue to follow. But I'd also like to bring into the conversation my colleague, Austin Westfall. He is following along here inside of the newsroom and trying to bring some more commentary into this. He is looking for all of those latest developments. Austin, I know that you have some new news to provide for us here. If you would like to bring us the latest of what you've learned.
We have some positive news coming from Trump's campaign. His campaign saying in a statement that he is quote, fine after being whisked off the stage at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania after those apparent gunshots rang out. The statement from their campaign says that President Trump thanks law enforcement and first responders for their quick action during this heinous act. That's according to a spokesman on the campaign. It continues saying that he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. More details will follow. We also have heard from the Secret Service for the first time saying that the former president is safe. We're also getting in from the White House press pool that President Biden has received an initial briefing on the incident at former President Trump's rally. Jackie Heinrich saying such. So my question for Hal is, where do we go from here? Where does the investigation go from here, Hal? What are they just starting? And I presume this will be a very lengthy investigation.
Austin, as near as I can tell, unless you've heard something different, they didn't get the perpetrator, from what I gather, unless you've heard they have. The last I heard, they had not. So the first thing they're going to do is they're going to basically contain the scene. Obviously, they're going to see if anybody else was injured, hurt, whatever it is. But they're going to try and gather evidence, but they're also going to detain anyone who's there. An assumption they might have, which would be a good assumption, is that the perpetrator or perpetrators could be in the crowd. That did sound, and you can only tell so much from the audio that we have from the cameras and everything. It did kind of sound like it might have been a small arm, like a pistol or something, or some smaller improvised device. It didn't sound like it was something, and I may be wrong. It could just be the audio the way it is, but it didn't sound like it was a sniper rifle, if you will, from a long distance or something like that. We will learn more as this thing's unfolding. I may be completely wrong. It just may be the way the sound traveled or whatever. But it did sound like it was something smaller up close. And if that's the case, then whoever did it was right there. But it could very well be that somebody had some sort of weapon. They may have dropped the weapon and tried to get away from it to try and distance themselves. They may have taken precautions to avoid having their fingerprints on the weapon. They could have done a lot of different things if they were planning on getting away. You know, in most cases where someone tries to do something like this, a would-be assassin of a former president or a president, they usually, historically speaking, don't see it as an opportunity to get away, if you will. Although, with that said, President Kennedy's would-be assassin, or at least the alleged assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, did get away from the book depository, and they caught him later in a theater. So he had actually basically moved away from the entire scene.
I've seen some people saying that, I don't know if this is true though, the Spectator Index? Maybe I'm quoting the wrong account. Let me see. Oh, it's a Spectator Index. Sorry. They're saying that the shooter went out to eat on his birthday, man. It said a county prosecutor said he was grazed by a bullet. Okay, where the fuck? I want to see the county prosecutor. What the fuck? What the fuck? County prosecutor. Where the fuck? Oh, come on. I need something live. We need something live right now. No. Trump shot. Damn. All right, let's look at NBC.
The 4 Secret Service immediately jumped on the stage, and we saw him push President Trump to the ground. Then the gentlemen that have the guns came up to start clear right, clear left. They said, get him up. So they lifted him up, and Trump said, I got to get my shoes on first.
Did his shoes come off?
His shoes must have, we couldn't see it underneath that, but his shoes must have come off when they dropped him down to the ground. First thing he said, we could all hear it, I have to get my shoes on first. And when he stood up, I'm looking at him forward, I see the red teardrop right here of blood, fresh red blood, just a little tear. Then when they got him up and they turned him, I could see the blood from the top of the ear to the bottom. Wasn't gushing, but it was covered. And then he put the fist bump up, stay strong, and they walked him off.
Aaron, what was going through your mind? What did you think when you first heard those sounds?
I thought what you just said. I thought it was fireworks. 4th of July, it's been pop, pop, pop. That's what it sounded like. The gentleman behind me, I was one seat, he was to the right of me. He could see the sharpshooter behind Trump. He said the sharpshooter shot to the left. He killed the gentleman in the water tower here. Now, when I called my husband at home, who's watching TV, he said, I thought Trump hurt his ear when he went to the ground. But he said, no, on TV they showed before Trump hit the ground, the ear was bleeding. So that sharpshooter went across, Trump turned his head, his ear must have been nipped, and it killed somebody in the stands over to the left.
Could you see anyone injured besides the blood on the former president?
All I saw was the gentleman from Beaver County who spoke earlier in the day. He was running for the State House Representative, Elmore, I know his name. He had a white shirt on, and I saw him come from that left stands where the people were mostly shot. I think there were several. They said 3 medevacs left here. Blood was down the right side of his. He wasn't shot, but you could see that he was next to somebody who must have been bleeding profusely.
God damn.
Because he either helped them and rubbed against them or tried to get them help or something. It was covered. So I knew that he was near somebody. That was my first indication that somebody was actually shot when I saw his blood on his shirt.
Aaron, when did you realize that, hey, this might not be fireworks, this might be something else?
When they got Trump down on the ground. And then we were just so concerned that he wasn't hit because we couldn't. It happened so fast. It's really hard to process it. I guess if you have it on your camera to see the exact minute, you can tell. But when he got up, he did not look bad at all. He didn't. He looked very strong. So then I saw that little bit when I saw that blood. I thought, he must have just hurt himself, hopefully. But it does appear that he was probably nicked by that bullet. That
and Aaron
turned his head just in the nick of time, but just.
And Aaron, you were so near to all of this yourself. You were right there. How did you personally feel about your own safety? Were you scared? What was that experience?
I was totally not scared for my own. None of us in that front row went down to the ground. Not a one. We wanted to only help the president. That's all we wanted to do. Either we could protect him, we could stand around him. I didn't see one person in the row hit the ground. Not one. I was shocking. No one was concerned about us. We were only concerned about him.
Now, you're somewhere safe. You're out of there. As you're starting to process this, I know we'll all be processing this over the coming days and weeks. How are you feeling now in this moment?
Well, what I've heard coming out here is now they feel that there was 2 shooters on both sides. So they got the one on the tower on this side, but the one on the right side they never got. So that's why they wanted us to leave immediately, because they thought there's still a shooter out there somewhere. So there could be in these woods around Butler.
Aaron, I've covered many Trump rallies. I don't know how many you've been to.
My 6th. This is yours. I was here. I was the 4th car in the parking lot this morning at 20 to 7. So I've worked all day.
Damn.
You've been here all day.
I knew you were NBC.
We're here. Look, the atmosphere coming into a Trump rally, the supporters, very jovial, very celebratory. Typically, people are selling merchandise, food. What were you coming in with today, and what are you leaving with tonight?
Well, I was here 4 years ago when he was in Butler. It was like 58,000 people. I tell people it was the most magical night of my life. When he came on that helicopter and circled 2 times, he had 4 rallies that night. It was just an unbelievable night. And I was anticipating to be another unbelievable night, but not this way. And it's just very sad. I mean, all these people that came to see him and to have him hurt, I can't even describe it, I just feel sad. I feel sad for our country. I feel sad for everybody, I mean, you don't like the guy.
Yo, the sad thing is, one of the main things that's trending right now is staged. Like, a lot of people believe that this shit was staged. And I guarantee they're going to have to, show actual footage of a guy pulling the trigger, or there's going to be some... conspiracy theorists are always going to say that Trump created this. You know why? Bro, it's impossible that Trump loses now. He doesn't got to do no more of these. It's impossible that he loses. It's impossible that Uncle T loses. It's a fact. My bad.
a new detail. And Lester, of course, this is an eyewitness account. We don't have those details confirmed. This is what Erin witnessed from her vantage point. We will wait for law enforcement to give us those details. But again, this is a developing situation. And right now, Erin and so many others just trying to make their way home, as there are thousands of people who were in this parking lot. Quite a bit of a traffic jam at this point, as people are trying to make their way out. And of course, Lester, make sense of what it is that they just witnessed.
Yeah, Dasha, thank you for your continued great reporting there as we get these accounts, and it bears reiterating. Look, folks, there are things that we're hearing, things we're learning. We will tell them to you when we can confirm them. Obviously, the witnesses have been describing potentially other victims in this, and we continue to work that angle very aggressively. As we know more, we'll tell you about this. The same in terms of what we will hopefully be able to learn about who was behind this attack. As soon as we can tell you something we can verify, we will go right to that. Our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, joins us now. Kelly, talk to me about reaction from the Biden administration, obviously watching this with great concern tonight.
Well, Lester, there are important steps that the administration takes at this point. The current president has been briefed by the director of the Secret Service, Kimberly Cheadle, and of course, her agents were with former President Trump, are getting direct information from the scene to the president. In addition, the president has been talking with his Secretary of Homeland Security and his Homeland Security advisor inside the White House. That, of course, is Alejandro Mayorkas, the secretary at the cabinet level, and Liz Sherwood Randall, who advises the president on potential homeland threats inside the United States. In this moment, it is not candidate and candidate. This is the sitting president having to deal with the law enforcement piece, the national security implications, and sort of the mindset of the nation when an event like this happens. So the president is getting those threads of information coming into him. He is in Delaware right now. The vice president has also received an initial briefing. And certainly we are also hearing from others who have had their own experience and still do with the Secret Service. Former President George W. Bush putting out a statement saying that he and Laura Bush are grateful to the Secret Service that they were able to get former President Trump to safety, and they're concerned, of course, about what this incident was about, and they thank first responders for their swift action. So all the apparatus of the federal government shifts to deal with something like this. The Secret Service is involved in the investigation. They are also, of course, involved in the day-to-day protection of the former president. I have been told, based on my reporting, that the level of protection that he would receive as a former president, which has been his existence these last 3.5 years, heading into the convention in Milwaukee, he would be getting a larger detail as the presumptive candidate going forward. So expecting already plans in the works for him to have a more robust set of agents and procedures around him. They're also, of course, waiting to envelop the new running mate to be named at some point, and that person would also have Secret Service protection when former President Trump announces his pick. What happened today rattles the very core of the Secret Service. They do train for this. They are dealing with this potential threat at every event.
Yo, no disrespect. This type of shit's supposed to happen in Iraq and Saudi Arabia. No disrespect to them countries, but y'all uncivilized swines over there sometimes. Y'all do all this type of weird shit. This is America, people. We're not supposed to have this type of shit going on here. We supposed to hear about this in like Venezuela or some shit like this. Like, yeah, they try to clap a nigga like Colombia. Like I'm watching like Pablo Escobar and shit like that. They be like, we don't like this nigga who's this elected official. Let's kill him. This not supposed to happen in America, gang. This supposed to happen over there. Like, yeah, over there. Man, hey, if they, I know they're gonna do a thorough investigation. Even the shooter who probably, he got cold feet and probably didn't pull his trigger. Apparently, one of these niggas is clapped out, dead, cold as ever, nigga. I hope they show his autopsy on the news that niggas can see what type of time it is. You can't be shooting at a fucking president. We live in a civilized world, nigga. We not in fucking Afghanistan. This ain't Iraq. The fuck is you thinking this is? This ain't Iran. Like, yo, I see them countries on the news, nigga. I never go to them countries. I see them countries on the news. Yeah, 10 niggas died, insurgents, all type of shit. Suicide bombers. Like, when you hear shit like that over there, you be like, that's what they do. We don't do that type of shit over here. So, listen, when they figure it out, if there was anybody in this plot that didn't get killed, this is the first time we got to bring back lynching. Public lynching. Finally. Bring it back. Just watch him hang. I'm sorry. We got to send a message. This type of deranged behavior, because you got to imagine, it's not even about Trump. Let's be serious. It's not about Trump. If they shooting at presidential candidates, how are me and you safe? You get what I'm saying? They got to lynch a nigga just to show some shit. Remember when they lynched Saddam Hussein? Was it Saddam Hussein? They're like, yo, we just had to show this motherfucker, and the rest of y'all who think y'all like him, we on timing. We got to bring back whoever was involved in this, a nice public lynching or a firing squad. Get him done nice, really good, broadcasted shit like the Super Bowl. You got to do it. I'm sorry. The only way to deal with these type of lunatics, you got to show and send a strong message. Seriously, I always thought that all them school shooters should get nice public lynching. Oh, where you ran up in Uvalde and you was doing all that bullshit? Good. I'm glad you survived, because you know what we finna do with you now? Nigga, we're about to, well, I mean, if they survive the whole thing, but we about to give you a nice public lynching broadcasted on even PBS. On Nickelodeon today, we're seeing a nigga getting lynched who tried to kill the president, or we're seeing a nigga getting lynched who ran up in the school. Good. It'll send a nice, strong message. Stop the fuckery. I ain't gonna lie, I'm with it.
Expected to be involved in this. Those were either rally goers.
Don't get pussy now, because if them niggas that clapped Trump or clapped any elected, what I'm saying is that
White House, Lester.
You see, y'all niggas keep thinking about Trump. Like if this happened to like Obama, y'all would be on this type of shit. The office or the potential position holds the prestige. If niggas think they could shoot at this is like them same thugs who be trying to shoot niggas in front of the courthouse, cops. You gotta send a message. The only way to send a message, public lynching, waterboarding for like send that nigga to Guantanamo Bay, waterboarding for a good 3 years, every 6 hours, waterboard time. Every 6 hours, just torture him. Torture. I'm sorry. You gotta do it. It's the only way. Nigga, when people see shit like, they're like, ugh. Either that or, you know what I mean, the next time they try that shit, they'll just kill themselves. You know what I mean?
That it is a single shooter?
The belief at this time is that that's the case, because what they said was that the person they believe is responsible is deceased. So they did not indicate that there were any other individuals. But that's, again, Lester, as you well know, we're less than 2 hours into this, and so there's a lot of information, a lot of things that are fluid on the ground. And just because this individual may or may not have been assisted by others at this rally, did they have any sort of help in any other way? Those are big questions that will be answered in the next couple of minutes or hours. Typically, based on past events, as you know, this is usually just one individual that's involved. But of course, investigators have to keep their minds open. And as reporters who are relying on that information, the investigation that is going on in our own homework, we're keeping our minds open too.
And Tom, you and your team certainly have a huge depth of experience in these kind of breaking news matters, especially when they involve issues like what we're seeing play out here. Is it likely this thing is going to unfold very quickly, that they will work backwards?
Yo, I hate to fucking even pull up this fuck nigga's tweet. But Freddie Gibbs, he probably stole somebody else's tweet. I ain't giving this fuck nigga no credit. They said the nigga who shot at Trump is like this. Look.
You ain't hit him yet? They do that shit, man. Do
that. Nah, let me stop laughing.
From the moment of the shooting and have a pretty good idea of what they're dealing with.
So let's take for law enforcement worst case scenario with respect to the investigation. If this individual had no identity on him, no sort of background, the FBI would be able to instant fingerprint him at the scene. They would be able to get information, and either that way they'd look into facial recognition to see if they could identify him in any sort of government database. From there, you might know where the individual lives, any relatives. They will comb through every inch and ounce of his social media. They will have the ability to go to social media companies and ask for an emergency warrant, and they will most certainly be granted to get access to those communications, cell phone communications, text communications, all of that will be part of the instant investigation.
I apologize to ask you a question, then I have to interrupt you, but we are getting some confirmation. The Butler County DA is now telling us that one spectator has died in this incident. One has been apparently wounded and is in critical condition, and the shooter, as Tom has been reporting, is dead. So to repeat that news, and this comes via the Butler County DA, one spectator at this Trump rally is dead. Another is in critical condition, and the shooter, what we believe right at this hour, the lone shooter, is also dead. And as our colleague Tom Winter was reporting, they will work very quickly and work backwards, and will likely know a lot about this individual in a short amount of time. You see former President Trump trying to acknowledge the crowd while being obviously stunned and being led to the safety of an armored vehicle.
Oh, chat, they're saying that there was a woman sitting behind Donald Trump that got killed with the bullet. Wow. Bro, that is fucking crazy.
But
yo, let me tell you how crazy this is, my nigga. I promise you, this is how crazy this is. So y'all know. So I went to Trump's home, right? So I went to Trump's home. Cool with his son, Donald Trump Jr. I brought him on stream. I interviewed him, whatever. They told me that maybe you could interview him, whatever, if you're down for it. But I didn't really care about politics like that. But I'm like, maybe we'll see. But like, they were mad cool people. Anyway, I meet some other people around him type shit, and like they've been fucking with black people. Like you might look at them like, oh, they're trying to use them or whatever. I don't care, whatever you want to say. But they hit me recently. This is how down to earth Trump been, and I'm only telling this story because like I don't think Trump was moving around like niggas gonna kill him, or not. Let me not say niggas like black people. Like nobody gonna kill him, bruh. They hit me up to approach Rick Ross's team to see if Rick Ross would be cool with Donald Trump popping up at the car show. Promise you. And I ran it down the chain. And I was like, damn, Trump really gangster. That nigga want to pop up at the car show? Yo, that's some nigga shit. That nigga wanted to pop up at the car show, nigga. So that's what I'm like, yo, how is it? I remember even hearing, I'm like, how is Secret Service? I'm like, imagine the type of niggas at the motherfucking Rick Ross car show. You know what I'm saying? But he was down for that. Nigga was down for that type of shit. It's like, yo, fuck it. Like, yo, he's down. I guarantee now, he ain't going nowhere. He ain't going nowhere now, nigga. Now, again, I'm just hoping it's not black people because I don't want him to be scared of black people because we don't do shit and we don't do this type of shit, all right? Anyway, somebody said President Obama. Let's look at what Obama said. Oh, shit, finally. He said there's absolutely no place for political violence in our democracy. Although we don't know yet what happened, we should all be relieved that former President Trump wasn't seriously hurt and use this moment to recommit ourselves to civility and respect in our politics. Michelle and I are wishing him a quick recovery. Yeah, Barack is the best. The GOAT. I ain't gonna lie. I just think this is another harsh reminder that this has been the theme of every country where politics gets divisive and the stakes are seen as life or death. In a lot of countries, they kill motherfuckers because they're like, yo, if this motherfucker get in power, our lives gonna be fucked up. We're gonna lose jobs, money. They do that. People have always thought about the United States as being a very civil place. Again, I really think it's only about Donald Trump. I've never heard people talk about a political candidate like they talk about Donald Trump. And I know some of y'all might be like, well, it's warranted. It's a slippery slope that you go down when you're starting to move as if we could act like a third world country, even just for one person. Well, what happens the next time there's an unfavorable candidate that seems to have ignited a base that maybe you're not a part of? Again, we saw this with people trying to imprison him. It looks like the justice system has just said, yo, we got to get you out of here through that. And after that, shit, you know what I mean? Again, This bigger than Trump, you know what I mean? Like, again, I don't want to live in no place like motherfucking Mexico or some shit like that, you know what I mean? Or motherfucking Venezuela, or some Guatemala, or some Brazil shit. Have you ever looked at Brazilian politics, bro? They got some wild shit going on over there. So I'm with Barack Obama, and Barack Obama is the coolest president pretty much of all time. Still smooth as hell. Yo, did y'all see this? And I know I'm interrupting this whole thing because I'm interrupting this whole thing because shit, this is kind of crazy. But yo, look at this. Y'all gotta look at this. This is Barack Obama introducing Team USA. I know they posted on this page. Yo, he dapped up everybody. Yo, he did the Key and Peele meal. No, Key and Peele meme. Sorry. Is it not on this page? Everybody got to follow DJ Akademiks TV, man. This page be posting way more than I post. Let me see. All right, let me try to find it on Twitter. Obama Key Peele. Like he dapped up everybody until he got to the coaches, my nigga. Like, this shit was hilarious. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Obama. Yo, you see Curry? My nigga! My nigga! Look at Braun right here. Braun! My nigga! Who is this? Is this AD? AD! My nigga! Look. He sees these niggas right here. Is this Eric Spoelstra? He know they ain't about that life, nigga. Hi, sir. Firm handshake. Look.
Got my vote.
Nah. Eric Spoelstra got a little bit of nigga in him, so he gave him the in, but still, handshake. Look. Nice to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you, sir. Is this Steve Kerr? I can't even tell. Yo, Obama be knowing what he do, man. Yo, low-key, I thought Obama was going to be like, nigga, you know, if y'all need like a left-handed dribbler with a left-handed shot, nigga, I'm kind of nice. Put me on the squad. Obama is still the coolest motherfucker ever, man. Yo, Obama might be the coolest human being that, like, even when they try to throw gay rumors on him, it was like, so? Even if he gay, nigga, he's the smoothest gay nigga of all time, nigga. Remember they were like, oh, he was writing about gay shit like in college. So what, nigga? Obama, the coolest nigga of all time. Obama is the coolest president of all time. Now, we all know he's the first black president. Well, really, some was saying Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton not the first. Obama the first. But Trump the second black president. I ain't gonna lie. Trump getting shot, indicted. Yo, this nigga got a GTA story arc right now, bro. Yo, this nigga been through more shit than Young Thug. Like, yo, Young Thug ain't never get it popping like this on Cleveland Ave, nigga. That's a fact. Yo, this nigga Trump is on his King Von arc, nigga. He going crazy. He taking shots like 50 Cent, beating cases like he NBA Youngboy and Boosie, nigga. That nigga's on some shit. All right, my bad. Let me get back to the shit. My bad.
Appears that he is okay, suffering what we've all been able to see, some sort of a grazed type wound to his ear. We hear him, asking for his shoes.
By the way, the craziest thing is that nobody is acknowledging the bullet that hit his ear went to kill a woman. So the bullet. So when he turns like this, I guess the shooter was waiting. Which, by the way, I ain't gonna lie, I think the shooter was kind of stupid. The shooter waited till Trump. You could tell he was waiting the whole time till Trump kept his face towards that angle, and he shot him. Except, I guess he was trying to shoot him through the face, but he shot him and it hit the ear, and from the ear it went and killed somebody behind Trump. If the nigga was smart, bruh, nigga, at least Trump is gonna be more reactionary if he's facing that way. If Trump was facing forward and you just try to shoot him in the temple type shit, like, I'm not trying to like elicit like a person's death, but like if you could have probably shot twice or three times before he really realized what's going on. Now, let me not even get into that type of shit. But anyway, I guess he was waiting until Trump faced him. That's when he shot. You feel me?
He is led away.
The shooter was on top of a trailer. Oh shit! Oh, it was from 200 meters. Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, NRA, y'all gotta hold us down for this, cause they about to ban every gun that could. Yo, nigga, I got a sniper rifle that could shoot 1.5 miles. Nigga, I paid $8,000 for it. It could shoot 1.5 miles. They about to be like, yo, yeah, get that shit out of your hands, man. I've never even shot it, by the way. Low key, I'm waiting to go to Pennsylvania because they have great outdoor ranges to shoot that shit. Yeah, I just bought. Yo, chat. I bought this new gun. Matter of fact, let me stop talking about guns with me.
He continues to turn toward the crowd to offer a
Yo,
sense.
I told you the next sniper I'm about to buy is let me stop. No, I'm
assurance that he is okay. He is now clear of that scene as people continue to leave, all of them telling stories of hearing these pops. Some of them, one woman we had on was able to describe the shooter. Now that we've got that confirmed, her account certainly jibes with what we're getting now from the officials in Butler County, Pennsylvania, and that is the crowd here trying to rally there.
Bad timing, but still, I'm getting this next month. This is a sniper rifle I'm getting next month. This is like 10 or 12 bands, nigga. This is a Barrett, a model 82A1. It shoots 50 cal, nigga. This shit will kill you from 3 miles away. Obviously, most of these things I'm just getting for like collection. Yo, I bought a 50 cal. I bought a Desert Eagle. It's gold. I don't even got bullets for it though. I ain't gonna lie to you. But yeah, this shit right here is badass. Anyway, that's Second Amendment rights. I don't support nobody shooting at nobody. To keep it trill. You feel what I'm saying?
Their spirits, and certainly this was several minutes apparently into the former president's rally there in Pennsylvania when this occurred. Multiple what sounded like shots, pops, but we presume there were gunshots fired in his direction as he was looking to the right, and a little unclear. He grabs his ear, and then you can see this.
Yeah, whoever who said it, yo. The reason I wanted to get this. You ever watch the movie Shooter? And ironically, they actually shoot a president and they frame a guy, but this is one of the guns that's the sniper rifles in there, and also American Sniper. I think they might use this. I don't know. He uses a few guns, but this shit right here is fucking fire.
This team of Secret Service agents can quickly swarm him, confirm that he is clear, out of danger, the risk nullified, and then he is escorted to.
Chat, I want to show y'all my collection. I bought my first 1911 too. So I bought a dope ass 1911.
Where you see
and I bought like a Heckle and Koch joint. That shit it's a rare. It's a one of. Is it 50? No, 500. It comes with a medallion. So I own again, most of these, like I have so much, it's a collector's thing at this point. You know what I'm saying?
What this will do to his ability to campaign. We certainly, of course, expect to see him in this coming week as the Republican National Convention.
What brand 1911? Springfield.
Condition the shooter. This all according to the Butler County DA. The shooter is also deceased. Our senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us again. Kelly, you have a new statement from President Biden.
That's correct, Lester. This is from President Biden, who is in Rehoboth, and he talks about this incident. He begins by saying, I've been briefed on the shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania. I'm grateful to hear that he's safe and doing well. I'm praying for him and his family and for all those who were at the rally as we await further information. Jill and I are grateful to the Secret Service for getting him to safety. There's no place for this kind of violence in America. We must unite as one nation to condemn it. The words of Joe Biden after learning about this incident involving his predecessor and his current rival in the political environment of this 2024 campaign. The president has been briefed by top officials. He has been talking with Homeland Security officials, and he is at his home in Rehoboth, Delaware, where he has a full complement of the things needed for the office, where he can get the income streams of all the relevant information. This first statement coming from President Biden, I would not be at all surprised if we don't hear more from him tonight as new developments take place. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thank you for that. Terry Schultz is with the Butler County, Pennsylvania District Attorney's Office and was at the rally. She is still there and joins me on the phone. Terry, first of all, If you can just walk us through what you saw, where you were in this crowd.
Y'all be thinking I'm capping.
You know what? We didn't have VIP seats. We were a few rows back, enough that we could, see the former president, and then we were all standing there watching the jumbotrons. They had put him on, and the next thing we did was we hear 3 shots. I see kind of his head, the former president's head, go sideways. You can see kind of like, blood. And at that point, I wasn't looking at anything. I was with some friends. They were like, you need to get down. Everybody get down. The people around me, there were some young people crying. And to be honest with you, at the time this happened, I wasn't even sure they were gunshots. But then we heard like 3 or 4 shots, and then we heard shots kind of returned. A friend of mine videotaped that, and we just watched that, and that's what we saw and what we heard.
From your vantage point, were you able to see where the shots were coming from? Was it obvious?
Oh shit.
It was
not. I buy at least 3 guns a month, nigga. I picked this up a few days ago. This was my last every month, because in Jersey you could only buy 1 handgun, but you could buy unlimited rifles. This is my receipt. I blurred out certain shit. Spent $10,000. I ain't gonna show y'all the rest. So it was $10,000. So I got the Beretta. It's a Beretta shotgun. Then this is the 150 joint. This is a 4200. It's an HK MR27. This is an AR 2200, and then the 1911 $1,900. Shit's fire. And then in Jersey it's whack because you got to pay for a NICS check, which is a background check. So they got to check your background, and it takes in other states you could pick up instantly, right? So like you buy the gun, you pick it up instantly. In Jersey they got to do a background check on you, so you got to come back in 3 days. And you got to pay for that $16 every time. So, yeah, nigga, I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm gonna show y'all my collection. My collection is nasty, bro. I swear.
No, but you could hear them, and as soon as you heard the shot,
yo, who got the link to the shooter getting clapped up on the roof, gang?
Your head turned towards the left. We have a route that runs outside the Butler Farm Show, Route 68, and it sounded like the shots were coming from out there near the field to the left-hand side of where we were.
I'm looking
so it certainly was scary.
We look at the videotape, and it appears some people didn't quite realize what was happening at the moment. Were you one of them who was not quite sure what you were witnessing?
It's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something,
absolutely. And again, until I was with some friends, and my girlfriend is like, you have to get down. People around us.
Hold on. I'm not trying to show a dead body though, type shit. For me. Oh, they're saying that's where the shooter was? Holy shit, no fucking way. Oh, my bad. Let me take this off. They're saying it was on the roof. Shooter roof. Here we go.
You weren't inside the event, nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, I mean, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but
sure. But
it was a rifle.
308 50 cal. What that nigga had going on up there?
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I
Look like, since it's so rural, it might be like a nigga who was shooting from 300 yards. 300 yards, like, I ain't gonna lie. The shooter probably, again, number one, Trump is so lucky. Yo, if a nigga's gonna shoot, let's say he's gonna shoot from 200, 300 yards. If a nigga's gonna shoot from that range, do you get what I'm saying? The caliber he's gonna go with, if that had connected with even the side of Trump's face, he's dead. Over with. And you could already tell that it was the caliber of bullet he's shooting. It's probably not no 223s, 5.56s, even though that could be doing that could do. It's probably a bigger caliber, but it's probably a sniper. Like, we're not just talking about an AR, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you know you're gonna go do this, you're gonna go get a gun that's going to be chambered, and you're going to have a higher caliber gun that's going to be direct for like 300 yards at least. Which means at that point, if that bullet hits Trump's face, over with. God damn. Like, you know what's so crazy? A couple weeks ago, I'm looking up some random shit, and I feel like I'm sounding suspect at this point. Like, because somebody mentioned JFK, and I was like, I never really see the unredacted footage. And somebody said, yo, his head exploded like a melon. I ain't gonna lie, there's certain type of bullets you could have shot that, and I don't know, they're gonna tell us later about what caliber or whatever. If it hit Trump, like, his head would just exploded. It's over. You know what I mean? And we don't know how far the woman behind him was, but we don't even know, like, even where she got hit with that bullet. But shit.
If I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who...
Oh, yeah, I think it was a 300 blackout.
We're standing there pointing now to police and Secret Service is crawling...
What's the caliber for that? Is that 308 or is that 7.62?
Up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, I think, that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, you know, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, she just, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right, well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And you should stay safe with your family and
Gotcha.
yourself. Thanks for your
Gotcha,
time.
man.
Now, supposedly, I ain't gonna lie. Usually we don't show type shit like that, but like type of 22. If we're hearing he's from 300 yards, nigga, you gotta hit that nigga a couple times. Unless it was a special type of, you know, bullet that's probably have more acceleration, but yo, a 22 ain't gonna. I don't think a 22 gonna do it, bro. Someone say it's a 22 LR. Let me look into what is it? 22 LR ammo. What's the range on these? Range. Let's go distance. What distance could these go? Oh shit, 2,000 yards. Okay. But still, a 22 is so small. Well, I guess if that's why he's going for a face shot then, right? I guess he's going for a face shot. So this bullet could travel up to like a mile, which that's why he's going for a face shot, because with a face shot, he's going to get the kill. But if it's like a fucking shit, if it's through an arm, it might probably survive, right? We still got to figure out what type of gun and how many bullets did he fire. It can't be just one. And I'm wondering, like, how, like, because as soon as he shot, he got shot. So snipers must have redirected their attention to him. I guess with people saying, yo, there's a nigga up there. And I guess they probably radio it in. The snipers probably look at him. I'm wondering if they're probably like trying to get approval, you know, because that'd be happening like, yo, can we kill this motherfucker? And when they see the muzzle, they finally shoot. I wonder if he only got off one shot. Yeah, regardless, that bullet killed somebody else. So yeah, that shit was crazy. Definitely a capable gun and bullet. Biden's live. What the fuck where's Biden at? Let me see.
We're pulling it.
And I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay?
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to, I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President, with the security failing Mr.
The president stopping short of calling this an assassination attempt, but just noting that he plans to talk to Donald Trump and that his understanding is the former president is doing well. President Biden speaking out against the scourge of political violence, saying there's no room for this. And as we had reported a few moments ago, the Biden campaign moving to take down its advertising, a pause in its political advertising in the wake of this. We know that the president couldn't confirm, but we have confirmed that at least 2 spectators were shot, 1 killed, another who was in critical condition, and again, the shooter, who we don't know.
Okay, so at least 2 bullets, right?
A lot about right now is also deceased. Let me go back to Kristen Welker in our Washington, D.C. bureau. The White House getting out in front of this very quickly, Kristen.
Lester, they sure are, and President Biden condemning this in the strongest terms possible, which is what you would anticipated. He has long condemned political violence. He said this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He did say he had tried to speak with the former president, whom he referred to as Donald. He also noted, Lester, that he is receiving thorough, robust briefings from his national security team, from his federal agencies, and that will undoubtedly continue throughout the night. The White House will undoubtedly need to keep the public informed throughout the night. It comes, as you point out, as they have pulled down and are working to pull down all of their ads, as the Trump campaign is in a media blackout. And it speaks to, Lester, the seriousness of this moment, the gravity of this moment, the fact that, quite frankly, something has just shifted in our American politics, in our country. This act of political violence, which, as the president said, cannot and will not be tolerated. And it does come as everyone is preparing to go to Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention, another event that
a legal
will be met with
analyst,
heavy security.
A legal analyst on CNN is showing, oh wow, blood on the bleachers. I guess this is where somebody got killed at. Jesus Christ. Wow. Oh, wow. Hold on. By the way, also, the dude supposedly said Trump didn't get shot. Okay, so the shooter right here, he's a pack. Well, not to eat on his birthday. Come on, man. However, they're saying Trump didn't get shot, but his teleprompter supposedly got shot. Listen. It says glass fragments, not, this is on some Meg Thee Stallion shit. Glass fragments, not a bullet hit Trump, source familiar tells me. It says source who has spoken with a member of the Secret Service tells TMZ, Trump was not hit by a bullet. Rather, a bullet hit his teleprompter and the glass struck him in the ear. Wow. How TMZ got the information already? Source has spoken with a member of Secret Service tells Trump wasn't hit by a bullet, but rather teleprompter and the glass struck him in the ear. Also, 2 people that were at the rally were hit by gunfire and in the hospital. We don't know their condition. Sources say the shooter was taken down by Secret Service. Associated Press says the shooter is dead and 1 attendee is dead. Oh shit. Holy shit, this is... Damn. This is crazy. Sorry.
Well, I was just with the president a few moments earlier before he came on stage, and everything seemed like a normal day. But when he walked down that red carpet and walked up to the podium, and after he spoke for about 10 minutes, I was sitting in the front row at the end of the runway, but all of a sudden these shots broke out. And I think there was people that actually thought it was possibly fireworks, but I seen the gun smoke, and obviously there was a person about 15 foot behind me that was hit. I think severely wounded at the least. But nonetheless, the crowd stayed pretty calm for the most part. And but you know, it sounded like there was 6, 7 shots to start with, and then it seemed like there was a little pause, and then we heard a different caliber gun fired, which I assume is probably the Secret Service. But then I thought I heard another couple of rounds come off, but it felt like it was behind me. But it could have been the echo.
Did you hear did President Trump say anything?
No, he was just giving the typical rally speech that he typically does everywhere, you know, and trying to encourage voters to get out and vote and talking about his plan for America.
But as the shots rang out, did you hear? Did he cry out? Did someone tell him to get down, or was that instinctive?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard everybody say "get down," but I think he was already going down.
Chat, real quick. I just seen this Kabak News and Community to try to crystallize how far the shooter was. Apparently, the shooter was on this roof, and Trump. Oh, sorry. The shooter was on this roof, and Trump was here. So literally, the shooter is shooting across even a road. This is not far. This looks far as fuck. God damn. He shot from here to here. That is a far ass distance, it looks like. Over a couple buildings, over a little field, a street, here. Wow. Jesus. Anything more here? I guess not.
That's when everybody thought at first maybe he had been hit more severely than he was. I mean, it's already severe. And let's face it, it hit his ear. It could have been a little bit closer. It could have been disastrous. But when he went down to the ground, then he got up. He put his fist up in the air or his hand up in the air. So we knew he was okay.
There are presumably, at least it appears to be, a lot of people in that crowd. By now you have heard that one spectator was killed and others critically wounded. Has it settled in of how close a brush everybody in?
What the fuck? I just seen some other shit. Look at this shit right here. Chat, what the fuck?
Where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
Is this blood?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there.
Oh,
and so I got him.
Bumbleclot dog. Really?
There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful. I got
Was
him
there only
up
one
on a
person
bench.
shot that you saw?
Then I did CPR, did chest compressions as well as I breathed for him.
One person.
I was the only one who did it.
need to evacuate everybody. Honor, that's exactly where I heard him come from.
What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around, was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter there.
Oh,
and so I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him. So I got people there really helpful.
Yo, this is crazy. This is like a fucking movie right now.
In that arena or setting came tonight?
Yeah, you know, there was a lot. It was interesting listening to the people as they departed the scene, and you know what was going through my mind. And of course, being a little older than many of those that were there, but I was recalling the Kennedy assassinations and some of the other attempts that were made during my lifetime, and I was recalling those and thinking about those, and then moving forward to where we're at today. And we still have a problem with this. So it's shocking, but most people are pretty upset. There's no question about it.
Understandably. Ambassador, thank you so much for taking the time being with us. We're glad you and yours are safe after this tonight. Retired ATF Special Agent Jim Cavanaugh is with me. By now, as you know, we've been reporting that the shooter in this case is deceased, presumably shot by law enforcement. I think the next question will be, is this a lone operator, the proverbial lone wolf, or is this part of some kind of conspiracy? Those are two different things. How will they begin to get, at least put the dots together?
Yeah, well, let's start with the deceased shooter, Lester, and identify him, and then, you know, sweep his personal devices, phone, computer, etc., for, you know, associates, Confederates, and start interviewing around the circle around him. You've dug out a lot from the reporters and the witnesses since we last talked, and you know, it appears that maybe the shooter. It seemed like to me, watching the video closely, that the first shot or two is where the President Trump reacts.
Hey, Jim, let me just stop you for a second. I just received a new piece of information that I want to get your thoughts on. We're now, from a confirmed source, that the shooter was actually firing from outside.
Oh, my God. Hold on. Yo, this is a video of like a woman was shot supposedly right here. Oh, apparently she was killed. By the way, graphic warning. Jeez.
Go! Are you guys okay?
I'm telling everybody to get down. They don't know if there's more shots. Bro, these police officers, it's no way like they woke up this morning thinking that this was gonna happen. Fuck. That looks like a dude. This nigga got to look like, be like, yo, I know my black friends told me to stay the fuck at home, man. The fuck did I come out here for this bullshit? This nigga voting Biden after this shit. This nigga, you could tell. This is the look. I gotta stop, right? You're right. He got to look, be like, yo, all my black friends was been telling me I've been tweaking for supporting Trump. Oh, these niggas was right. Oh, this niggas was right. These motherfucking niggas was right. These niggas was right. Look, you looked around and said, ain't none of my kind here. This ain't got nothing to do with me. Why the fuck am I here? All right, let me stop. God damn.
The perimeter, that changes a lot in terms of the security posture at these things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But what's surprising to me is that a shooter could get in an elevated position at any kind of a Secret Service event, because the first thing that the service does is they get all the elevated positions and they put their sniper teams up there and lookouts with binoculars and rifles. So, it does seem from the witnesses that this was a distant shot now, that the reason the shot wasn't as loud, it was further off in the distance. And it looked like, watching the video, Lester, closely, that when the president turned his head to the right, the first shot or second shot, the first pop or two, is when he grabs his right ear. And then he, on his own volition, goes down, squats down. No, he doesn't fall down, he just squats down. But you can see at that same moment that the spectators behind him are also hunching down as a normal reaction to gunfire. And then there's more rounds right after that. There's maybe another 5 rounds. And Dasha Burns had a witness that she just interviewed, and he talked about he counted 7 rounds. And that was close. I don't know can't tell the exact number. I have to listen to that audio very, very closely. But I mean, that sort of jives with what the witness said. So it looks like we had an assassin with a rifle outside the security perimeter. That's why you had mentioned earlier, magnetometers. Well, if you never breach the security perimeter, nobody checks you. And the first shot or second might have been the one intended to kill the former president, but it grazed his right ear.
Yeah, Jim, let me
And
bring
then he
back, if I
squatted
can,
down.
Evie Pomporis, a former Secret Service agent again. Evie, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to get your reaction to the fact this person was firing from outside the perimeter. That raises a lot of questions about how these areas are secured.
That's one of the most difficult things when you do outdoor sites. So when we spoke before, when you look at it this way, when you're in a closed environment, where even if it's an arena, at least you're in a closed environment. I only have to worry about what's on the inside. When you do open rallies like this, right? You're outside. You have to worry about line of sight issues. Line of sight is a massive problem. Why is it a problem? Because somebody can be out in the distance and really engage your target from a long range. And there are weapons out there that allow you to do this. So even though, let's say you hunker this whole area down, you've got the magnetometers, you've got the tactical element, everything's locked and tight. How do you secure that outer perimeter? How far do you go? And can you cover everything? That's a problem. These are probably, of all the types of advances you can do, these are probably the least favorite among Secret Service agents, because you have the inability. And even if somebody is in an elevated position or not, how do you secure all those elevated positions when you have weapons with the capabilities that are able to shoot long distances? This is what you are up against.
Yeah, and you point about weapons that can shoot long distances. We tend to think of those as long guns, things that stand out certainly in a crowd, whether you're, no matter what side of the fence you're on. The fact that this person is at some distance was able to strike the former president, does that suggest some ability beyond the average gun user?
Well, that would be interesting to see, right? Because it's hard to speculate at this point. How far was that person? One of the things that lead me to think that this person was at a distance, when we hear the gunshot, it sounds very faint, very soft, right? It sounds like an echo. That's why so many people mistook it for fireworks. That's why a lot of people weren't sure it was a gunshot. So when you hear the shot like that, it does lead us to believe that it was at a distance. And that's why there's the confusion. I do want to say this, which is really interesting as I watch this. When you do security for these events, one of the greatest concerns are the people inside and stampede issues. And what I have to acknowledge is all these folks held steady and fast. We don't see people really losing it. We don't see people stampeding out, because it's not just the danger of the attacker, of what's going to happen. The danger a lot of times can come from within. So I really have to comment on everybody's ability to stay put, to not panic, and to allow the Secret Service, and also look at where that motorcade is. That vehicle where they exit him out, there's people all around, and you see everybody hold their position and allow the security team to evacuate.
Yeah, Evie, thank you for that. I should note, several years ago, working on a story for the Today Show, I went to the Secret Service training facility outside of Washington, and they put me through a simulation in which I was the protectee, waving to a crowd when shots ring out. And the swiftness of these agents moving around me, getting me in the car and driving off was stunning, even though I knew it was going to come. So the training is obviously something they do. They prepare for these kind of moments. I'm sure there'll be a lot of soul searching about what happened in this case, but impressive group of folks who put their lives on the line for these protectees on a daily basis. Evie, we'll get back to you in a few moments. I want to go back to NBC's Dasha Burns. She's outside that Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. We're obviously grateful. You and the rest of our team are fine, the other journalists, but we do recognize 2 spectators were hurt, 1 killed, another in critical condition. Dasha, you have had some pretty heart-wrenching interviews today. People saw a lot of things you can't unsee.
Yeah, Lester, that's absolutely right. People who came to a Trump rally, some of them for the first time, looking forward to seeing the former president. There was music playing, people selling merchandise, people eating food, people reuniting with friends here, not expecting anything like this. Let me just set the scene for you right now. We are in the parking lot outside of the venue. Sirkin, our cameraman, is going to show you. People are kind of in a traffic jam right now. This was a one-way in, one-way out kind of road situation. This is Butler County. It's a pretty rural county. Not a lot of big highways, not a lot of big roads. So people have been, I mean, this is now hours later, and many people still waiting to get out and still waiting and processing everything that they've experienced. I want to introduce you to Tracy, who is stuck in this traffic jam right now. Tracy and Tyler, they're high school friends. They were right there. And Tracy, we've been hearing some of these stories. Can you just walk us through what you saw?
Absolutely. President Trump was up there, you know, and then within 5 minutes, we're hearing pop, 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 pop. And then everybody's on the ground, everybody's on the floor. And it was just like, what? And we were on the ground level. We were 4 rows back from the stage. And are you coming?
We'll just follow along with you. They're moving in the car here, so we'll just
from the stage. And the people in the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed. Somebody died. Somebody got shot. Like this close to where we were. Those bullets, I pray to God for these people's families. Oh my God. But the how is this happening in our country today? And why? Why is it happening? Why?
And Tracy, you were telling me earlier, you know, you and Tyler, you know this county, you know this area. Did you ever think something like this would happen here?
Never. Absolutely never. You know, this shows you how much hate and hostility is in our world today. This is not a good thing. We need to all come together as a human race, you know. We need to help each other out.
Can you describe this area, this county, this place that you and Tyler grew up?
Yeah, Tyler?
Rural.
Rural. You know, cows, chickens. This is farmland. This is farmland here.
Butler, that's the county seat, but most of the county's private farmland. So it's people are pretty easygoing.
And Tracy, we talked about, you know, often Trump rallies, people are coming to celebrate, to see the former president. They're coming in with a pretty excited attitude. Can you walk me through what you came in with and what you're coming out with?
I came in with hope and excitement. If you have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Oh, we cover them all the time.
Well, how does it make you feel?
How does it make you feel? How are you feeling?
It makes me feel absolutely great and wonderful.
She not trying to say well how it make her feel.
I feel that
she probably hate the fuck out of Trump, nigga. She work for NBC.
Because I really feel that. I honest to God, I do, because this country for so long seems to be going down a path that it really shouldn't be doing.
So, I mean, you came in to hear the former president speak, someone you're a fan of, and what is your state of mind now?
Not good. There's too much hate. This is too much. We can't do this as a country. We can't do this. We need to come together as a country, and God willing, we will. I don't know if you're allowed to put that stuff on, but listen, man, my kid is a 4th-year seminarian, and he prays for this country every day. My child. My kid.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you and Tyler are safe. Drive safe. We hope you get home soon. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks, guys.
Lester, they've got a ways to go still. There's a lot of cars piling up here. There are a few different places that people are trying to exit at this point. A bit of a free-for-all, but people have been kind and generous to one another. People letting cars in that are trying to come in. And again, just reeling from what they witnessed. Some people very much firsthand.
What the fuck was the elevation that nigga was at that he could shoot that far? Or even have a line of sight?
Certain point of view, the high level point of view, but at the end of the day, Lester, the people who were here on the ground, particularly those who were close to that violence, it's something they are never going to forget, and it's now associated, of course, with politics, with the state of our democracy for so many of the people that we've been talking to, Lester.
All right, Dasha, thanks. We'll continue to go to you as you get those riveting accounts from folks. NBC News campaign embed joining us on the phone now. She is in Butler, Pennsylvania. near the hospital where there is heavy law enforcement presence. NBC News has not confirmed that the former president is at that hospital, but it's 15 minutes away from where the rally took place. Jillian Frankel is there. What are you seeing?
Lester, that's right. I'm across the street from Butler Memorial Hospital. And as you mentioned, we do not yet have confirmation.
Yo, chat, this is like surreal. What the fuck is going on?
But there's a heavy law enforcement presence here. Media was across the street. We're shortly getting moved. The hospital is set up on a hillside, and there's law enforcement at the top of the hill looking down. There's also law enforcement at the top of the roof of the hospital itself. When I arrived, there was a helicopter circling the building, heavy police presence here, Lester. When I pulled up, I asked the officer how they were doing. He said they're...
Yo, chat, I sincerely apologize that we just got sidetracked and when I cut all hip-hop topics, because this is just an important historical event. Never in my lifetime if I would think I would ever hear about a president getting shot at. This is just a bigger topic and news story that we kind of have to tune into. I understand some of y'all might not be interested in this, and some of y'all come here just straight for hip-hop topics being discussed. I promise y'all I will make it up to y'all tomorrow. I will make it up. We'll do all hip-hop topics tomorrow. But I'm just sorry. This is just like a huge event. I can't even. We got to just keep following this. I'm sorry.
We have all seen the blood coming out from near his ear, his right ear. Somebody described as a teardrop of blood, of fresh blood. It appears he might have been grazed by the bullet, but again, we haven't received a complete medical terminology description of the wound, but it does appear that he was certainly hit during all of this. He's largely under his own power, certainly being escorted down to the armored vehicle, but again, seems to be doing okay. In fact, we heard from President Biden a while ago who said that he appears to be okay. We should note that President Biden says he will be trying to call former President Trump at some point here in the not too distant future. And there the signal of triumph from former President Trump as he was put into that armored car and taken to, we believe, quite possibly the hospital we were just showing you a moment ago. Our investigative correspondent Tom Winter is with us. He continues to dig out fresh details. What more can you tell us, Tom?
Lester, a couple of these things coming from official statements from law enforcement or for 3 to 4 law enforcement officials to myself and our colleague Jonathan Dienst. We know that the FBI is now on scene and is assisting the United States Secret Service along with the U.S. Attorney's Office in their investigation into this shooting today at the Trump rally. You were just asking a question about whether we know whether or not the former president was shot directly, either grazed in the ear or in the cheek, or whether or not this was a ricochet. That's something that they're still trying to get a handle on.
Chad, give me a second.
I'm about to grab some more glass was what may have struck him. But either way, he obviously, from the photographs, was struck in some fashion by something.
Give me a second.
The other information that we were being told, and I'm going to bring in the reporting of my colleague Kelly O'Donnell on this as well, is that this shooting happened outside the Secret Service perimeter. So for folks that have attended any sort of political rally involving either party, involving a presidential candidate or a former president, you'll notice if you go that you are wanded or you have to go through a magnetometer, kind of like an airport-style security, if you will. That happens within the perimeter of the event. In leading up to the event, the U.S. Secret Service goes through the event site itself to make sure that there's nothing nefarious stored inside, that nobody's hiding out and waiting for a rally to begin. And they try to establish a perimeter that would allow them to be able to have a real control over the event. So what we're being told is that this shooting happened outside of that secure perimeter from a high point. Specifically where it is, I can't yet tell you. We're waiting to hear about that, but that's some of the information that we're waiting to get on. As far as what you're looking at on screen at the moments that this happened, this is standard protocol. You're looking at the heavy weapons teams that immediately went up on stage. Then you're looking at the Secret Service close protective detail of former President Trump, and this would be very similar at any event involving a former president, that they immediately surround him. Obviously, the Secret Service agents there are putting their lives into their hands if this individual was going to continue to fire. Speaking of the individual that law enforcement believes is deceased, that individual, the alleged shooter rather, is deceased, as I mentioned. That individual may have been shot by law enforcement. That appears to be coming into clarity at this time. We're still waiting on the specific details of that, whether or not that was a counter sniper team or somebody who was close to him. I suspect we'll get more details on that closely. As far as who did this and what their motivations are, there's some background information coming into view, Lester, but as you can imagine, there are a lot of names on social media at this hour. There are a lot of names that have been mentioned to us, and we're really trying to get a lot more clarity on that before we suggest a possible name of the individual who did this. But at this point, there appears to be no ongoing threat.
Let's take a shot for Trump surviving, gang.
For anybody else, but this is now a full-blown federal criminal investigation, as you can imagine, and they will certainly try to determine whether this individual had any help. Not that we've received any indication of that, but that's obviously something that they will look into. And the type of rifle that could be used, as you would imagine, to fire from outside the perimeter to get close to that stage would be some sort of a high-powered rifle. The specific nature of that is, again, details that we're still waiting to get, Lester.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let me go to Kristen Welker now in our Washington, D.C. bureau, who has more. Kristen?
Well, Lester, just to reset for everyone, we are tracking the ongoing investigation that Tom was just talking about in the wake of former President Trump having been rushed off the stage after shots were fired at the Pennsylvania rally where he was speaking. To set the scene for everyone, the day started with the anticipation, the questions swirling about whether this might be the event where he announced his nominee for vice president. Obviously now...
another breakdown of where the shooter was versus, like, supposedly Secret Service. So they said it was 400 feet away. The shooter was here. The shooter's here. Trump is here. Secret Service is here. And they're saying that Secret Service had the most elevated portion. So this is Secret Service up here. So they had a roof that should have been able to see over here. And they should have seen and been able to confirm if somebody's creeping up, like, yo, who the fuck is that? Oh, wow. It's apparently a rooftop 400 feet away. How many yards is that? 400 feet? 400 feet to yards. Okay, so, only 130 yards. Okay, so that's like one football field, 1.5 football field. And so you have law enforcement snipers aiming in the shooter's directions prior to shots.
Took over and look.
Oh my God. Oh my sweet Jesus. They were on the radio about it, clearly. They were on the radio about it. Facts. They're on the radio about it. And I have to imagine you probably have a spotter, you have the sniper, which, by the way, it's a up and down roof, so it's not flat, because usually sometimes the sniper will just be laying flat. But it looked like he's on some type of thing that with a stabilizer for the gun, and somebody's probably a spotter that's probably communicating, and they probably both are on radio, but they're probably waiting on the go ahead to pull the trigger, because you got to also imagine once a sniper shoots, it's gonna disrupt everything anyway. So they want to make sure they're knowing they got it. However, their confirmation probably took too long, and the dude already started shooting at Trump.
Look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of... Take a look at what happened. Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, they're still aimed over there. it appears that this might have been the guy who neutralized him. This might have been the guy. Whoever the guy who killed that guy is, his book tour gonna be crazy. You know the guy who killed Bin Laden, who keep doing all the interviews? If this is the guy who killed the nigga who was about to kill Trump, oh my God, he about to go on a bunch of book tours. Yeah, he on timing. He is not, yeah. Oh, now I also realize, remember I was saying that the crowd was looking that direction? It appears that this sniper must have fired. So when they did look to their right, because they're facing us, to their right, they probably heard the I mean, we could probably hear the change in calibers, because if the other dude was firing a 22 long rifle ammo, right? So 22 long rifle. This dude, I for sure he not shooting no 22 long rifle ammo. Like this nigga right here. I mean, we could probably Google it to see what type of type of ammo, what type of gun, what type of sniper rifle Secret Service use. It's probably outdated, but it'll tell us something with it. They'll probably tell us like popular weapons, and I guarantee that caliber is just U.S. Defense of Government right here, Department of Defense, M2010. Is it this? I don't know. This is no. Okay, might have been something like this. Anyway.
Took over, and look what happened.
Yeah, I think this nigga probably, it could be him that killed him. But they gotta have more than one sniper positions, right? It's apparently a rooftop with 400 feet away with clear line of sight to Trump is outside of the Secret Service security perimeter. I'm sorry, what? I'm wondering, like, if this was Biden, first of all, so when I'm talking to Donald Trump Jr. and some of this wasn't even recorded, and he's telling us how the Secret Service moves. Like, you get a different detail if you're the president versus, a past president or a president's son or daughter. Like, it's different, right? Like, you know what I mean? They're also kind of ranking level of threat as well. And I don't know, maybe they thought there wasn't a level of threat that probably needed maybe more people or to expand the perimeter for Trump, especially in Butler, Pennsylvania. Nobody even heard of Butler. Like, this is putting these niggas on the map.
And look what happened.
So yeah, that nigga's facing
Happened to our country.
Holy shit.
The mood, the tone, the focus has shifted to this horrific act of political violence that unfolded at this Pennsylvania rally. President Biden did address the nation just a short time ago, saying this is unheard of. Everybody must condemn it. He said he had tried to speak with the former president, had not been able to, but is continuing those attempts. He's also getting briefed. I want to go to our senior White House correspondent, Kelly O'Donnell, who is following all of this along with us. Kelly, what's the latest there?
Well, from the Biden White House perspective, this is a moment for trying to get information to the president. He, of course, is in charge of the Department of Justice and the Secret Service that are, of course, the agencies that will be working on this. There is always a careful separation between the executive and the law enforcement capabilities. But that's why the Biden White House has a critical role to play to provide the resources at the federal level to investigate this. The president indicated that he also recognizes that state and local officials are very much involved at this right now. Part of what will be a question going forward is what is the immediate change?
No, chat. No, I'm not saying ex-presidents don't, right? I'll give you a story that Donald Trump Jr. told me. Donald Trump Jr. told me, he was like, yo, Ak, he said, there was a moment in time. I don't know if this is within this presidency or not within this presidency. He says he waived Secret Service. He had to do all type of documentation, but he said he waived Secret Service. So he had no Secret Service protection. He said you got to sign a shit ton of papers. It's super complicated, but you could waive their protection, right? Now, if you're asking why he did it, he said he's a very simple dude. The nigga showed up in a Suburban to come pick me up at my hotel. Donald Trump Jr.'s son. Or Donald Trump's son. Donald Trump Jr. Mad regular. I thought he was going to have 15 SUVs. Bro, mad regular. Then he drove us right into Mar-a-Lago. Now, when you go into Mar-a-Lago, which is Trump's home, Secret Service is at the front. You got Secret Service that blocks off. There's barricades. And then, you got to almost check in or whatever. Once they see his face, let's let him in. Then there's actual security. So there's security and Secret Service. And then you get onto the property. The whole time we're there, people are driving by just honking horn just because, they know that's where the nigga lives, right? Trump. Cool. Anyway, so he says he waived Secret Service for a while. And he gave me the story of why. He said, he says Secret Service is cool, but they're also extra. He's he likes to hunt. He said he would go to this particular place. I'm not going to get too much in detail, but he would go to this particular place and he would hunt. And he said, once he had Secret Service, he went there twice or 3 times and he couldn't find any animals to hunt. He's like, what the fuck? Because he's a guy who likes to hunt. He basically, he's he got Secret Service with him, but he's still they're just doing perimeter shit. And he says he runs into somebody that's on that kind of is around that area, that knows about that area. And the person told him this, because he says, dude, what's been going on here? I can't get any type of, I'm trying to hunt, but I can't see no animals. That's basically what he says. And the person says to Donald Trump Jr., it says, well, duh, you're not gonna be able to hunt and find any animals because before you got here, Secret Service landed tactical helicopters about 4 or 5 times in case they needed to rescue you. They did drills, and a fucking military helicopter landed constantly in the woods, scared off all the animals. They're not coming back till a couple days from now. That's why you can't hunt. And he's like, what the fuck? It's yeah, Secret Service doing their job. You know what I mean? They're not oh, okay, let's sneak in and let him go hunt. No, if something happens to the president's son, we gotta go. So they said they were doing drills where they would just land the helicopter and see how quick they could get out because they need to figure out what. So he said anything he needed to do, and he doing he's one of them guys who likes to be a man's man, hunt this and that. Secret Service would be so extra, the experience would be ruined. So he says he goes through. He says, I don't need Secret Service. He writes off and signs off. He says somehow, right? Somehow, when he signs off that he doesn't need Secret Service, the New York Times finds out and prints some variation of that. And then, all them, and simultaneously around that time, the little terrorist motherfuckers that live in East Bumblefuck, them little weird countries in the Middle East. They were like, hey, we have money for the head of, we have money on the head of Trump. And then basically they listed his son as being number 2 or 3 of who they have money. Is that Princess? Oh, it's my dog, Princess. They listed him as number 2 or 3 of, if y'all could get him killed, we good. And basically, supposedly Secret Service came back to him and said, you're one of the most wanted targets right now, and people now know you don't have Secret Service. We're gonna basically they forced him to get Secret Service back again. So they were yo, bro, we can't have you hurt, and you're possibly a target. We understood you waived it, but you have to get us. We're gonna protect you no matter what, right? Now, here why I even said that, because I do know former presidents get Secret Service for life, this and third. But what I'm saying is that a Secret Service detail for Trump, who's not a president now, he's a former president. Same thing for a Barack. Same thing for a Bush or a Clinton. Is much different than the Secret Service for the active U.S. president, Biden. So I would imagine they have a bigger team, a little bit more resources. I know Trump is on a campaign, and they probably have expanded a little bit, but still, Trump isn't the sitting president. You're going to do the most for a sitting president. You're breathing too hard. You're breathing too hard. Girl, you're breathing too hard. You're breathing too hard. Come on. All right, hop up. This is my baby princess right here. I don't know why she breathing this goddamn hard. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, yeah. Basically, you know, I'm thinking that if it was Biden, they would have a bigger perimeter, more agents, and probably do more. Not saying they were just lacking because it's Trump, but Trump is the incumbent. Like, he's not the president at the moment. He's the person trying to challenge the current sitting president. You get what I'm saying? So it's all good. This is my female dog right here. She's the mother. Yo, why are you breathing so hard? She's an absolute beauty. Like she's the only person who has slept in my bed. She as a dog. Like, first of all, I used to say I would never sleep in the bed with a dog, but she'll sleep down at the end. Don't fuck with you. If you tell her to get off the bed, she'll sleep right by the bed. She's good. Pluto, you could never do that with. Pluto is a fucking savage. But she's cool. She's cool. Okay, my bad, Chad.
If any, to the political calendar that is scheduled for this week, with the Republican National Convention expected to be in Milwaukee with lots of important events. Obviously, a full assessment of what is the condition of the former president right now. We don't have confirmed reporting yet about the state of that. When he left this event site, as the video indicates, of course, he was taken and has the resources around him for medical care. President Biden has said he wishes to speak to Donald Trump.
No. Nah, she hit him with my bad.
Medical facility. His son Don Jr. weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger.
Okay, so let me read what Trump just said.
Was speaking. Listen closely also to the sound of the gunshots and what's heard of the moments right after that until he is rushed into the car. Here it is.
A little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Get down. Move to the spare. Hold. When you're ready. On you. Ready. Move. Up. Move. Go. Up. Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the spare. Spare, get ready. Spare, get ready. We ready? Shooter's down. Shooter's down. Are we good? Shooter's down. Shooter's down. Are we good to move? Shooter's down. We're good to move. We're clear. Let's move. Let's move. We're clear.
Wait, has Trump spoken or only tweeted?
Come on.
Let me get my shoes. Let me get my shoes.
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes, sir.
Hold that in your head. It's bloody.
So we got to move to the bus. Move to the bus. Let me get my shoes.
Okay, my shoes down. My shoes.
Watch out.
Wait.
Nah, Trump's gangster for this. He said, nah, wait, nigga. If Trump had a gang sign right here, like if that nigga had one of these type shit and threw it up right here, most famous gang sign of all time, nigga. Even though this might be the new, like, the Proud Boys and all them niggas might be fucking with this right now. real quick. So what Trump said on Truth Social is this. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong, in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Trump finally got all the Infinity Stones. You niggas is doomed. Yo, Trump, I ain't gonna lie to you. If my nigga Trump said, yo, fuck all that, a president only get 8 years, I'm giving myself 4 more, so I'm gonna get 12, which means 8 more from now, I'm down with it. Give my nigga 8. Give my nigga 8 more. Give my nigga 8 more, man. Trump been through court cases, arrests, indictments, shootings. Yeah, my boy could do 8 more years. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got you, Uncle T.
We wanted you to be able to see that really from start to finish to when he ends up here in the armored vehicle and is taken to, we believe, a nearby medical center. What we know right now, the Secret Service says Donald Trump is safe. NBC is reporting the gunman fired a weapon from a high point, an elevated position outside the perimeter of the rally, so outside the Secret Service security area. The shooter is dead. Also, a spectator who was attending the rally has been killed, 2 others injured. President Biden has been has talked to the nation. He addressed the nation just a short time ago.
I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to him shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this.
And the president saying he plans to call former President Trump. President Trump, we should note, has issued a statement extending his condolences to the loved ones of the rally goer who was killed and another who was injured. He also...
Oh, shit, chat. Oh, they got the moment where the sniper actually claps the nigga, bro. This nigga, the Steph Curry of all sniper. Oh, nah. What's his name? Shannon Shaw. It's like a little parody account, I guess. Look. You could see. Look at this.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
Wait, did he shoot? Here's the thing. A 22 long rifle, right? Most 22s are pretty silent. You know what I mean? Like, it would be the equivalent to shooting. If you shoot I got a rifle that shoots 22s. Obviously, it's not like a long rifle type, like a range. But that 22 long rifle that I got, the 22 that shoots from a long rifle is not necessarily what this nigga probably use. That's just kind of quiet. Pretty quiet. So if this is 150 yards, I don't think you hear it like that. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, this shit sounds like this guy was fired.
See something that said,
and also the reason why is, like, it looks like he's...
Look at what happened.
Yeah, it looked like he shot, but I can't see a muzzle flash. Did he shoot?
Take a look at what happened.
But also, like, as a sniper, like, you know, I don't know.
You see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, this might have been the shot. Yeah, that looked like a shot. Yeah, that looked like the shot, right? It matches up with the movement of the gun. It might be like, you know, just a fucking kind of recoil, even though there's not much recoil with like these type of guns, especially when they're like stabilized.
Said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, it looked like he shoots here.
And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Yeah, it looks like he shoots right here. I ain't gonna lie. Wow.
Thank law enforcement and first responders for their quick action. His campaign says he is fine and is being checked out at a local medical facility. His son, Don Jr., weighing in, saying his dad is in great spirits. Let's go right to Richard Goldinger, the Butler County, Pennsylvania DA, who joins me on the phone. Sir, thank you for talking to us. First of all, were you at the rally this evening?
Lester, no, I was not present at the rally today. No.
All right. Can you tell us what at least the early part of the investigation has shown in terms of what we know potentially about the shooter and his motive?
Well, I don't know anything about a motive. I can tell you basically what you've already stated. We have, you know, a spectator dead, unfortunately. We have a second spectator injured and seriously. And the shooter obviously is dead also. So, yeah, that's where we are at this point.
The Secret Service, as we see, moved in quickly but methodically as they work to protect the former president. What interaction occurs before a rally like this between local officials such as yourself and the Secret Service?
Well, I can tell you that for the last week or so, when this was first announced, that they have been talking to the Pennsylvania State Police, our local municipal officers. We have a CERT team that was activated for this event, and there was a lot of coordination to provide safety for not only the former president, but everybody that attended this event. So there was a lot of preparation put into this, obviously in a short period of time, but these people are professionals, so they know what they're doing, and they, you know, they put the proper steps into place to provide safety to everybody that was going to be there.
Mr. Goldinger, do you know, is this venue, is it a kind of a portable setup, or is it a setup that's there permanently?
No, it's a permanent setup. It's sort of like, it's called the farm show, but it's sort of like a fair. So it's a large, wide open area. There's actually an airport there also, a small airport. So, yeah, it wasn't anything that they had to come in and set things up as far as, you know, well, we're going to have this event here. They had to set the bleachers up and everything like that. But,
yeah, and then I'm curious, are you familiar, we're now getting the reporting that the shooter fired from an elevated position. Can you in your mind picture what that position might have been? Is there a nearby hill?
I absolutely can. Yes, I can. And so that would have been several hundred yards away in my mind from where President Trump would have been speaking. And again, off-site. So,
was it a hill or just a elevated area?
No, it's all fairly flat from what I can think. But obviously, if you get on a roof, you're elevated. So, and the showgrounds where they were at is all fairly flat.
Okay. All right, Mr. Goldinger, thank you so much for coming on and speaking with us. We continue to watch these pictures again. We've played them, we know, over and over again, but I feel like you see something different. One of the things in my previous reporting with the Secret Service, you see that woman appears to be around the president. One of the things they are trained to do is to take their hands and then work it across the person's body and find out if there are other wounds that may have not revealed themselves yet. And they certainly do that once the protectee is put into the vehicle. vehicle, again, to make sure that they can get an early read on any other traumatic injuries or wounds. So we continue to learn and see different things in this video, but certainly an example of professionalism, calm thinking, and training at work here as we watch these Secret Service agents move into this coordinated action, calling out vital information in short and terse statements. Shooter is down. Are we clear? And that sort of back and forth communication. It's fascinating to watch. NBC's Dasha Burns is still outside the what was the Trump rally. She was there when the shots rang out. She and her crew, we're happy to say, are safe. But you've been talking to people who were in a traffic jam. I don't see vehicles behind you, so it looks like there's some progress, Dasha, in clearing this area.
Yeah, Lester, last time we talked, there were cars all up and down this road here trying to get out of this venue. There were thousands of cars parked all across these lawns here.
Yo, chat, 2024 is crazy. The two biggest rappers beef, president getting shot at. Yo, Cat Williams was right. Everything gonna be revealed. Diddy getting indicted. Like, this is crazy.
Over for us so that we could speak with them. This is Stacey and Vanessa. And as you said, Lester, the former president now posted on Truth Social describing how he was shot in his ear, grazed by a bullet in his right ear. Well, Vanessa was right there. You both were right in front of the former president when this happened. Can you describe what you witnessed?
Yes, we were 6 rows back, straight in front of him, and at his podium, we could see him really good. He was talking about his chart, and he moved his head to the right to explain where they're at in the chart. And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
So he moved his head just in the right moment to get an ear graze instead of something worse.
Yes.
And Lester, let me just explain to you briefly, because we were on the press risers as the former president was starting his speech at the rally. He was only a few minutes in. What Vanessa is referring to when she's talking about those charts, he was talking about immigration and immigration under the Biden administration. He had screens on the left and the right of him, behind him, and he was pointing to one of those screens where he had a chart that was detailing immigration rates, and he turned to point to that chart, and that is when his ear was grazed, and you've seen this on the video. But to Vanessa's point, if he hadn't made that turn to show that chart, things could have been a lot different. Vanessa, where you were when you first heard those shots ring out, what went through your mind and what happened with you and the people around you?
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop. And then as I was staring straight ahead, I looked across and I didn't see anything. So I looked back at President Trump, and that's when he went down. And then
what ran through your mind?
That, we are all in a situation that we could be very hurt. And they're telling us to all get down, stay down. And then a lot of things went through my mind. Where's my husband? What about the 3 people that we met today beside us? Who else could be injured? Why did this happen at President Trump's rally? I mean, a lot of things went through my head. Are we going to be out of here safe?
What are you, I mean, you are safe, thank goodness, and I'm so glad you are, and I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. As you sit here in your car now, trying to process all of this, what are you feeling now?
I just want to go home. I just want to go home. I'm glad that President Trump is okay. I worry about the children that were at the rally and how traumatized they are after witnessing all this. The little girl that was a couple rows ahead of us, she was petrified. And what's going through her mind, is she going to be okay, or is she going to have nightmares, or, I worry about children. I worry about the people that lost their loved ones today. And I most certainly worry about my President Trump.
Vanessa,
We're okay.
I'm so glad you're okay. Vanessa, Stacey, thank you so much. And please, you deserve to go home. You deserve to get some rest now. And I hope you drive safe. And thank you so much. They've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning, a long day, and certainly not the day that you were expecting. So thank you so much. And Lester, the sun is now setting here in Butler County as the tragedy of the day is just starting to dawn on all of us who were here.
All right, Dosh, I think that woman sums it up well. She just wants to go home. It's been, for all those people who were there, what a story they will tell, and what a trauma, certainly an emotional trauma, to be a part of all that. Our investigative correspondent, Tom Witter, joins us again. Tom, what more are you learning from what appears to be a pretty rapidly unfolding investigation?
I think that's well put, Lester. I think there's a lot going on behind the scenes in law enforcement as they investigate it. The FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office locally is on top of it. We're in the process right now. We're just doing a little extra verification of video that appears to show the aftermath of the shooting and this individual who shot from, as you just heard the district attorney to you say, from several hundred yards away. It was not, if all this video syncs up and looking at the maps, it does not appear to have been head on, if you will. So our vantage point towards Trump, it would have been from off to the side to what would be towards our left looking at this shooting. That's where it appears to have occurred, but we're still waiting to get more details at this hour. As far as, the president has said he was grazed by a wound, I'm looking there at both teleprompters, which would be the closest glass, and they both appear to be sound. There does not appear to be any sort of damage to them. So it does appear, at least initially, that that's the case, but we're waiting to get some additional confirmation. What will happen now, this investigation in some ways will be quick because they'll want to make sure that there's nobody else that they need to be looking for. We obviously have other people who are running for office or in office currently that they want to make sure are going to be safe or not impacted by anybody who knew this individual. But from a forensic standpoint,
Yeah, unfortunately, I got to be honest, man. They got to up the security on Biden, too, bro. Like, you see, I vote with Trump, but, like, I don't want to see nobody get hurt on some political shit. Feel me? Like, shit do get wicked when it comes to politics, man. Nigga, like, politics is people's livelihood. Like, people will really kill over that shit. So, I do think there's been irresponsible people who chalked up Trump as the person that a lunatic should do this to. You know what I mean? Like, there's going to be a lot of people acting like they was like, oh my God, I can't. Bruh, y'all all understand that if somebody had tried to kill Biden, Trump unilaterally lost. If there was a Trump supporter, because they always talk about Trump supporter, we're not accepting the fact that there's anti-Trump people who got radicalized. That's just the reality of it, right? Like, if a Trump supporter had tried to kill Biden or some shit like that, Trump is done, my nigga. You get what I'm saying? And I know some people gonna be like, oh, well, January 6th and all that shit. Bruh, this is an assassination attempt. So, we also got to think about the wording and how people have been putting out. My nigga, here's the thing, and this is what I really just think. Bro, I love President Obama. He's a Democrat. I fuck with Trump. He's a Republican. So many people are with this party line shit or whatever. At the end of the day, if Trump becomes president, it's not going to be... He was already president and shit was all right. The worst thing that happened was the pandemic, which is not his fault. So I get, a lot of Democrats do fear politics where they encourage people to vote by telling them that the person that might win is the devil, a tyrant, and somebody that is going to just turn this shit into neo-Nazi or Nazi Germany. You get what I'm saying? Bro, even if Trump wins, yeah, he gonna talk his shit, blah, 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 but he's still not doing shit that is going to be like Kim Jong-un. He's not Putin. He ain't gonna turn this shit into the CCP. Bro, we gotta realize, like, politics in America, at the end of the day, no matter who you choose to be president, there's a few changes. Like, my nigga, like, whoever the president is, you know what that shit affects? Can you have an abortion that certain couple of months or whatever? Is that a state issue or a federal issue? bro, respectfully, I'm not saying abortion ain't a big deal, but we could handle that. We could handle that. When niggas is thinking they gotta kill the president, that's niggas thinking that the president might put them back in slavery. The president might get them killed. Bro, like that type of fear mongering has to be addressed. And I'm really looking at this and I'm like, yo, everybody has been talking about Trump with the Proud Boys, Trump with these radicalized group that supposedly he's been subliminally given a cosign to. Well, where's their efforts at killing people? Because we ain't see it yet. I ain't see it yet. When did they try to kill a motherfucker? When did they, like, you know what I mean, try to assassinate somebody? So now that we've seen an assassination attempt, when are we going to say that this radicalism, I'm not saying them Proud Boys or whoever them fuck them niggas are, ain't probably radicalized, but it's also across the aisle. For whatever reason, I think Trump's candidacy for presidency has created radical aspects on both sides. You might have them Proud Boys who are radical, but you have this anti-Trump or Trump is a threat to democracy and a threat to a modern democracy or way of life. We gotta, like, that's what creates killers and all that type of shit. That's what we gotta address. Like, I think CNN, NBC, all these other places need to get a reality check. Y'all gotta start telling people, bro, if Trump wins, yeah, y'all might not be able to get abortions. Y'all might not be able to. All right, if you're immigrant, it might be a tougher time. But he's not motherfucking Hitler. You have to say that. He's not Hitler. Because you know what? If a nigga was gonna become Hitler, taking over a country, which is a democracy like the United States, if a nigga try to assassinate him, you'd be like, well, I get it. But this should not be happening in the United States of America because Trump isn't Hitler. He might be different from y'all, or when I say y'all, like anybody who disagree with some of the shit he got going on. I don't agree with everything he got going on anyway. But at the end of the day, I think he'll be a decent president. I don't agree with everything, but I think he'll handle most of the major things. We'll never get like a perfect person. Regardless, here's the thing too, and this is my biggest fear, honestly. And by the way, Joe, you can't clip this. You can clip this part. I mean, this whole rant here because this is clean. My biggest fear is, I'm glad Trump survived. But y'all been saying this whole time that Trump is the person creating radicalized people. That Trump is the person who is empowering the radical people. My nigga, my biggest fear is now they're seeing that. Remember, the whole time it was, the Proud Boys are violent. Look at them marching. Look at them this. Or whoever who rocks with Trump is supposedly radicalized. Imagine that now they're like, all right, word. So y'all kicking off the violence. Well, let's get violent then. That's what I fear. Because in reality, all radicalists, no matter if we're talking about the United States or not the United States, they're like a very small percentage, right? Like, if we're talking about the Taliban, or we're talking about, like, ISIS or anybody, these are radical aspects of certain people who feel like they're operating within the regime or the realm of a religion, but they're extremely small. They're just extremely violent. And my thing with this, you don't want violence on both sides because it gets out of hand. You don't want niggas now saying, all right, bet. And by the way, that's what I'm hoping they protect Biden. Biden's security got to be up. Because if Trump ever did radicalize anybody, this is the time they're going to try to do some dumb shit. So you got to protect Biden. But, we got into this slippery place in American politics where people were saying, we hope Trump go to jail. Slippery slope. Most of the shit slippery slope. All right, so when Trump now wins, is it cool if he try to put Biden in jail? That's not cool neither. That's whack. That's some corny shit. Rather than people stand against certain things unilaterally, they only co-sign the things that they feel could hurt Trump. This assassination shit, people thought it was going to be a Trump supporter trying to kill somebody. So while speaking about that and or trying to, ostracize Trump for that, it created these other motherfuckers who said, damn, incarceration ain't work for him. All right, I'm gonna have to do my job myself. I think we got to stand against all of this shit. Listen, at the end of the day, if Biden wins or Trump wins, it does matter, but it's not the end of the world. 4 years with these motherfuckers, yeah, they might make certain rules that affect your life somehow, but it's nothing that nobody on planet Earth, especially in living in the privileged place called the United States of America, should be throwing away their lives for or trying to kill a president. That should be very profound on CNN, NBC, everywhere. But I guarantee they won't. You know what I mean? If Trump becomes president, what's gonna really change? Like, he was already president. What happened in your life? You can't say nothing happened in your life. Same with Biden. Yeah, Biden was president. Like, what? I mean, you might not like either person, but nothing really changed that much. What we gotta protect is the United States of America, because both of these motherfuckers are 80 plus. And if you get the country thinking that 280 plus motherfuckers are, is Trump 80 plus or 75 plus? Let's say that. Wait, how old is Trump? I don't even know. How old is Donald Trump? Oh, he's 70. Oh yeah. If we get to the point where we're now gonna say these guys, like, violence should ensue on both sides for these guys, we're gonna be fucked up, and it's gonna lay a pattern that's gonna repeat itself for other candidates. For all y'all Democrats, bro, or for everybody who's anti-Trump, Trump is not that dangerous that niggas need to consider killing him. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, even if Biden is senile and can't even speak without drooling on his shirt and can't think, he's not that dangerous neither. We should keep it that way, and this is, I think, a wake-up call to the Democratic Party. If y'all trying to win this election, stop trying to promote Trump is Hitler, because that's what I get when I watch CNN. Trump is Hitler. And again, of course, I'm a smarter person, so I'm not going to say, oh, we got to kill Trump. But there's going to be a dumb nigga who's going to get on the fucking roof with a 22 long rifle and say, if he's Hitler, fuck it, I might have to give my life to just kill him. That's the problem. That's the problem. Anyway, end speech.
Standpoint from other standpoints, they will slow this down, and once they search that individual's premises, they will make sure that they have a full accounting and cataloging of all the evidence. Even though the alleged shooter is believed to be deceased, they need to go through all of that. And just to take a bit of a step back here, Lester, we have been talking about for months, the FBI director has talked to you specifically about the incredible threat environment, and I don't use that word in a good way, but the incredible threat environment that is facing the United States. And at the center of that is obviously the tremendous political discord that we have, as well as foreign threats. And so when you look at this, this type of thing, unfortunately, is something that has been feared by law enforcement, that we would see some sort of political violence. And obviously, that's something that appears. Another
thing I do want to add, bro. Respectfully, I was born in another country. I was born in Jamaica. And I always be telling y'all, man, I have a different outlook of the United States than y'all have. So when I hear y'all say shit like it's a threat to democracy, y'all never ever seen when politics is really corrupt. Y'all never seen when politicians, in order to threaten the rest of the civilizations or certain precincts or towns to make sure they win, they're handing out guns in countries that guns ain't legal in. That's how politics get dirty in certain places. We live in the close. It's not perfect, but it's the closest to perfection. I'm telling you, I come from Jamaica. I've seen it. The ramifications for politics there is different. My uncle got slapped in his face a bunch of times and also got cut with a knife just because of that. My other uncle had to go defend him and he almost got killed. That's how politics is dangerous. You know why? Because when you start arguing politics in certain places, you're talking about people's way of life, and not in every country it says, oh, okay, under Biden, like, respectfully, under Biden and Trump, your life is kind of the same. Maybe you felt a little bit advantages, whatever, but it's kind of the same. In certain countries, it's night and day. There's no jobs. There's no this. There's desolate shit. There is shit affecting you because they only serve the people who voted for them. It's a very different place. We live in a very civilized country, and when I see people start talking about my nigga, yeah, Trump is like a comedian slash damn near actor and entertainer. He isn't nobody who could change this country to be like Hitler or to be like a third world country. Stop being a bitch. If he gets elected, you know, I joked about it earlier, say he should get 8. He only got 4 more years. They're not about to change the rules for him. Stop being a bitch. Let the nigga go get his 4 years, and then he'll never come back again. But trying to kill people, it opens up a slippery slope.
To have happened here today. So we're waiting to get more details. We do not have a name. That I will caution people that are, as so often happens, Lester, as you know now, people are watching us and listening to what we have to say and keeping an eye on their phones and social media. There are several names that are going around on social media that I can tell you are flat out not true. Some of those individuals have been involved in prior mass shooting events. Some of those individuals are bloggers from foreign countries who have no nexus to this whatsoever. And so there's no indication, at least at this stage, that
this is going to be Trump later tonight. Right here, look.
He showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his
that's crazy that Cam did all this. What?
left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And tonight, after landing back here in Teterboro, he showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And tonight, after landing back here in Teterboro, he showed us the bullet hole still clearly visible in his left arm, but he says he is okay.
And me, I'm fine. I'm excellent, man. It was great.
And
hold on. What the fuck? Why are they saying you could see a bullet fly past his head? Oh, wow. They're claiming that this is a they're claiming that this is a series of photos. Oh, okay. So this was Trump leaving the hospital. 2, 4, 6. A cop, 7. 8. Okay, this is the whole like battalion with Trump. That's probably bringing him to Pittsburgh that he could fly the fuck out of there. Look, it's a remarkable series of photos taken by Doug Mills, New York Times. It show you could see a bullet flying past Trump's head and Trump touching his right ear. So I guess this is the first bullet, but there's a picture of the bullet. Hold on. Where's the bullet at? Let me look right here. Where's the bullet? Bullet. Hold on, sorry. Oh, wait, what? Where the fuck is it? It showcases him right before he, but apparently there's a bullet. Where's the bullet at? I don't know if this is real though. Hold on. Oh. They're claiming, wait, why can't I see the bullet in this picture right here? Hold on. What the fuck? I see it in this other thing. Is this the same tweet I'm looking at? Sorry, chat, my bad. What? Oh, no. Here we go. Oh, it is the same thing. Why can't I see it? Like, I have it on my other computer. I could clearly see the bullet. If it's a bullet. Hold on. You can't really see. What the fuck? Am I tripping? I guess I'm tripping a little bit. So this is right before he grabs his ear. And then here we go with the last photo. They're saying, I can't see it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm looking on a different screen. I could see, it feels like I can see it a little bit better. Nah. Is this the bullet of here? Nah. Of here? Nah. Somebody said I got heavy vision. You damn right I do. Okay, hold on. All right, cool. Damn, we ain't even getting to so many topics, bro. I feel like I just turned into like a political, like, fuck. This is a press statement. Ooh, this is the Secret Service released a statement. Here's the latest information from investigation. Blah, blah. During former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler on the evening of July 13 at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside the rally venue. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. They quickly responded with protective measures, and former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. The incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigations, which this is the FBI, which supposedly is on scene. Wow.
Widely circulated on social media are in fact associated with this shooter. And I think it's important for people to point that out. I'm not going to mention it because for some of those people, they have nothing to do with this, and we certainly don't want to give them any notoriety for no good reason.
Yeah, important to point out. All right, Tom Winter, thank you. We'll come back to you as you continue to gather more information. I want to bring back Evie Pomperus, a former Secret Service agent. I don't know if you heard my interview with the district attorney a few moments ago. He was describing there's an elevated area and perhaps of several hundred yards around this site. It's been pointed out that the wound received by Mr. Trump was on his right cheek. What are you able to put together as you visualize this?
You know, as I'm listening to the whole thing and we're hearing that the threat, in the terms that we would use, the threat's been neutralized, right? We understand, and what we're hearing is that the shooter is no longer alive. I'm thinking, how did that shooter get taken out? And was that shooter taken out actually at a distance? One of the elements you typically have when it comes to protection, you have counter sniper team. Sometimes the Secret Service will have their own team. Other times, if there are not enough resources, which can happen during a campaign season like this, if everybody's stretched out too thin, you may use a local element. So when I hear that the individual from a distance was shooting, I always think immediately of that counter sniper element. Was somebody able to take that person out? Now, when you have counter sniper, your counter snipers are always going to be at an elevated position. So if you're in an urban environment, they're going to be up in high-rise buildings. If you're in an environment like this, they're going to be maybe on any podiums or any stands, anything that gives them elevation. And what they're doing, Lester, consistently is they are looking out through their scopes, through their binoculars. They're looking out, and they're looking what's going on in the distance. So immediately, again, I'm assessing based on what we've done in the past. When you hear those sounds, you're immediately going to look to the direction of where those sounds go. You're going to engage eyesight-wise to see what do you see, and then is there a target to engage? So that's one way in which you can neutralize a threat. Another way that you can neutralize a threat from a distance is there will be a team on the ground. So the snipers are up top, they're seeing things, they're calling things out. You also have a team on the ground that can respond. So it's possibility that that team on the ground, whether Secret Service or local law enforcement, immediately went to that location if they're able to determine that location. So that's what you're going to think about when it comes to line of sight. And look, line of sight is one of the worst things. A lot of times when we have these outdoor events or the president speak in certain areas, you actually use the landscape to help you. And we've gone even to the extent of trees and bushes and anything you can think of to break line of sight. Line of sight is that one thing it makes you extremely vulnerable because it's such a hard thing to control, especially from a distance. And, and to follow up to, as I'm watching the reporting here and we see the agents coming in, and you brought this up before that the agents shielded the president and they're looking for wounds. You're correct. So as soon as they get the president, off the stage, they go immediately into the vehicle and they're checking him for other wounds. And we actually saw a scenario like this play out with then President Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan, same thing. He was outdoors. The difference with him, it was an arrival departure movement. So he's moving from a secure location to the car, and he's moving to the car, shots are fired. Now, at first glance, Reagan didn't look like he had anything. He looked okay. But his then detail leader in the vehicle actually searched him. And what they found was a small wound, and they found the gunshot wound, but that was not discovered until inside the vehicle. So although you're seeing him initially outside, he's standing, you see Donald Trump give the fist pump, but you really want to check him when he's in the car. And then from there, what you're going to do is you're going to take him to a hospital. So I know there was reporting that he was at some type of medical facility, a hospital, we're presuming. That's another thing that's put into basically the strategic response. You always have a hospital. That hospital, when you pick one, you're looking for something called a Trauma One hospital. Why do you want Trauma One hospital? A Trauma One hospital is a hospital that can deal with gunshot wounds. They can deal with mass trauma. So when you have a protectee, the idea, and in training, you understand that if they're going to be attacked, it's going to be likely with a weapon, a shot. So you want to take your protectee to a facility that can treat gunshot wounds, that can treat serious trauma. So it's very likely that the facility that Donald Trump was taken to was a facility like this. There's always an agent there in advance. They go in advance to speak to the medical staff. So there is a medical protocol that is put in place so that when something like this happens, the hospital and that agent is already there to receive the president and to do an assessment on him.
Let me ask you about who makes the decision as to how the venues are used. Does the campaign simply call up and say, hey, we're going to be at this site, you guys figure out how to secure it? Or do you tend to work together with the campaigns? How does that go?
You know, it's usually the first, and it's probably one of the hardest things. The U.S. Secret Service works really hard to try not to intervene, not to interfere in their protectees' movements. Look, the president of the United States, a former president, when they're campaigning, they need to be with the people, shaking hands, talking to everybody. Secret Service, you want to keep them secure. You want to keep them away from everyone. So the goal is to try to let them do their job, because they're a person of the people. So who do they need to be with? The people. So Secret Service typically allows staff to pick the locations. We will go there. It's very, very rare. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen it where they were told, no, you can't do it here. They're an agency that is very can-do. We can do this. I have to tell you, at first glance, even with this location, I don't see anything different than the other rallies I've been to myself. So this is quite common. Now, Secret Service can say no, but you really have to have a good reason as to why you're going to say no and justify that.
Abby, thank you. You continue to provide us with rich information as we try to visualize all these things and understand and really interpret some of the video we've been seeing. We appreciate it. We'll ask you to stand by. I want to talk to Congressman Mike Kelly now. He was at that rally with his grandkids. Congressman, thank you for being with us. You guys okay?
Yes, Lester, thank you. We're fine.
How close were you to the former president, and what did you witness?
So it's about maybe 50 feet away from the podium where President Trump was speaking, and with some other congressional members and a member for the Senate. But and then behind him were the stanchions where people were sitting in the seats. So very close to it. A very strange day. Because you can imagine where I live in Butler, Pennsylvania. This is an agriculture town. This is an ag area, right? And we had it at the Butler Farm Show today, which is for years I've been coming here. And actually, we always participate in the 4-H sale here, where the children bring their animals in and sell them. They make pies and cakes. And they have all these contests. This is about as basic as you can get. This is about as basic America as you can find. And today, Lester, I got to tell you, it was a beautiful summer day. People celebrating, people happy, people grilling food and getting ready for President Trump to come in. And then the aftermath of it was just shaking. You just couldn't believe it. And I'm really concerned as we go forward. There's something wrong in America right now. Look, this doesn't make sense. I will tell you this, though, as President Trump and his right ear, the bullet went through his right ear. It's a fraction of an inch maybe away from killing him. As he was leaving and as they were carrying him out, the Secret Service, he put his hand up in the air like, I'm okay. Unfortunately, the people behind me, about 10 rows up in the stands, there were people up there yelling and screaming, and they were talking. They had blood on their shirts and stuff, and there was a man who was down there. The security team rushed over there. They took him out of the stands, and apparently he has since passed away. But Lester, there's something wrong. There's something wrong in America today. This is we certainly today look like a third world country. Look, if you don't like whoever the candidate is, just don't vote for them. An attempted assassination on a presumption. The candidate. We're going into our convention this week. Former President Trump, is going to come out as our candidate. What is wrong? What has happened in America? This is absolutely bizarre.
Do you think that we will hear a different tone for the rest of this campaign coming from frankly both sides?
Nah.
You know what? I would sure hope so. But do you know? And because I think you all covered this before, in 2017, our Republican.
Trump ain't gonna switch up his tone. If anything, he's gonna double down. He basically won. All he got to do is he got to say, "Yo, I'm trying to save America. They're trying to kill me." That's a win. Biden has to be like, I don't even know what Biden says. People already think Biden's stupid. He can't talk no more. Like he's like, I don't know what he could say. He just got to almost be sympathetic. All Trump got to say is, yo, they try to kill me. He won.
Baseball team was practicing for a spring baseball game as a charity event, and our leader now, Steve Scalise, was again a gunman attacked our guys while they were at practice and shooting up the place.
Yeah, I reported that.
I just don't understand this anymore. I really don't understand. The greatest nation in the world right now has succumbed to being a third world country. The level of hate, the level of discourse that takes place has got to stop. It has got to stop, and we've got to return to who we are. We are a great, great nation, and we say in all our prayers, under God, under God, under God. Well, I'm sure that right now, the people of faith, tomorrow on Sunday morning, please go to wherever it is that you worship, drop to your knees tonight and pray for America. Pray for President Trump, that he's going to be okay. We also have, as I said, one man was shot. This guy is just there celebrating a day at a farm showgrounds, and all of a sudden somebody takes in their hands, they have to start shooting up the crowd, shoot the president in the head. It's absolutely, it's off the charts, third world country now. We have to start rallying around about who we are. When 1.5 million men in uniform and women in uniform have died to give us the right to practice the form of government we have, for us to be so casual and so callous about it? No. It's time for America to get back to being America.
And Congressman, you were there with your grandchildren. I didn't get the ages of it. Were they young children?
Yeah. I mean, so we had children there anywhere from 4 years old up to 12 years old. Let's see, about 10 of them. My wife was there. My sister-in-law was there with her grandchildren. One of my sons was with me. And you have to wonder, as the children came back, they're just, Grandpa, why would somebody do that? Grandpa, why did somebody do that? They don't like President Trump. Just don't vote for him. And I've said, kids, I'll tell you what. That's why Grandpa is in Congress. We have got to go. We have got to get this country back on the beam. We cannot allow this to continue to unravel. Lester, I mean, really, we're like a third world country right now, right? I mean, this is absolutely off the charts. Evil. It can't exist. We can't allow it to exist, and we can't tolerate it. We can't say, well, that's going to happen from time to time. No, it's not. It cannot be allowed. 1.5 million men and women in uniform to give us the right to vote and do the things we do, for it to be this way now?
Obviously a shocking and terrible evening as we hear the former president is okay, but as we've noted that one person was killed, 2 others have been badly injured in this. Congressman, thank you for taking a few minutes. We're glad you and the kids you're with are safe. I want to go to Garrett Hake now. He covers former President Trump. Garrett, Donald Trump has posted tonight on Truth Social. Talk through us what he wrote.
That's right, Lester. The former president using his preferred medium to inform the world of his status and the fact that he's okay. His message really in three parts. First, thanking law enforcement and the Secret Service for their swift action in Butler after the shooting. Second, offering his condolences for the person in the crowd, presumably a Trump supporter, who was killed and the other person seriously injured, about whom we don't have any additional update now. And then describing his experience with what he says was being shot through the skin of his right ear, saying that he knew immediately that it was a bullet. He felt the bullet ripping through skin. He says much bleeding took place, and he realized what had happened. He concludes, God bless America. We don't know yet, Lester, if this will be the only communication we get from the former president tonight. He is, of course, scheduled to go to Milwaukee and be seen there on Monday for the start of the Republican National Convention. But obviously, not just a personal crisis for him, a sort of crisis for the country with this moment of apparent political violence with an apparent assassination attempt, but also a crisis for his campaign that will now have to figure out what exact steps they'll need to take, both to make sure he remains safe today, tomorrow, and going forward, particularly with the convention where tens of thousands of people are expected to attend over the four-day event, and what, if anything, they want to make of this moment politically. You know, the former president said in his Truth Social post that nothing is known yet about the shooter. He makes no comment about that. His supporters, though, are using images like the ones we're seeing on the screen, including now both of his sons, pinning those images to their X accounts, the website formerly known as Twitter, pointing out the idea that their father, the Republican nominee in waiting, if you will, is a fighter and kind of seizing on this moment to elevate him politically. And so we have the physical update here from the former president. Again, he claims that he was shot through the upper part of his right ear. By all accounts, will be just fine. The political reverberations, of course, entirely unpredictable at this moment, but already going on behind the scenes. The Trump campaign, as we've reported earlier in the evening, putting their staffers on lockdown, telling people not to talk to the press, not to talk at all while they figure out the steps at a more senior level they want to take going forward. And Lester, I'll just add, as I mentioned earlier in our broadcast tonight, that concerns about the former president's safety on the campaign trail have always been on the front burner at the senior level of the Trump campaign. The mega rallies that he likes to hold with tens of thousands of people in open areas. Concerns about how to continue to conduct those safely in kind of a hot political environment, in an environment where he just might not be safe. There was much talk about those events and even the smaller events where he likes to drop by at fast food restaurants or firehouses, the kind of unscheduled stops that presidential candidates like to make. At every single one of these stops that are discussed, there are serious high-level discussions about whether they can be conducted safely. It'll be borne out in the reporting to come what kind of conversations were had about this rally and how, if...
Oh, okay. Somebody said go back to the last thingy that I was looking at about the video. Where is it at about like the? Oh, fuck. Let me close this. So they say you could actually see the bullet. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm trying to find the bullet that I could find it. Yo, this shit is crazy, bro. My nigga, I came on here to talk about hip hop. I'm like, oh, I'm number one. Yo, what's poppin'? Let's talk about some hip hop. Let's make jokes. Fuck. Anyway. Let me, give me 1 second. I'm trying to post this shit. I guess I'll post it on this. Yo, Grant, why you ain't posted on Akademiks TV? I don't know if you did, but all right, I'll post it on this. Okay. But if you're not watching the stream, I think this Twitter account is still, private. Anyway, it's my private Twitter account. It's like my OG private Twitter account. I haven't tweeted on this in a while. But apparently they're saying this is the bullet. And again, you have to realize, so if we're going to talk about bullets, if we're going to talk about speed, the speed that a bullet is traveling compared to the frames per second that a camera is capturing. I know you might be like, what the fuck, that this doesn't look like a bullet, but it might be a trail. Like this might be how a bullet looks like when a camera captures it, given a certain frame of speed that the camera's shutter could capture. So supposedly, this is one of the first bullets that flies past Trump. If you get what I'm saying. Now, again, this is not how a bullet looks, but this is how it would look on a camera that isn't calibrated for the speed that the bullet would be flying at. So they're just seeing basically the effects of the bullet affecting the air, and it's not going to show the bullet itself because that might be too fast for the camera shutter. But you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm not like just talking shit, right? Yeah. But damn, fuck. Woo. Bro, I don't even know how Trump even gets on. I don't. It's probably not him, but maybe he said something to somebody and they tweet it on his like platform. Bro, how does you even get on a social media platform? Bro, I would be in church, my nigga, reading my Bible, just be like, wow. I was gonna be killed today without an ounce of notice. It was just gonna happen like this. Oh my God. That will fuck you up. Fuck politics. Your life could have ended like this. It was probably 3 to 5 inches that made you still be alive. Fuck politics. That is crazy. God damn. Shit. What the fuck? I'm trying to find the YouTube video that we were watching earlier. God damn. Is it this? No. Weren't we watching like CNBC or something like that? Who's live now? Let's see. Live. Yeah, nah, they're not live. Donald Trump shot. We got to find that live feed again. Oh, NBC.
His judgment. He will be leaving his Rehoboth Beach, Delaware residence and traveling back to the White House tonight. We expect that he will arrive here in Washington after midnight, returning to the White House sometime around 12:30 in the morning. This is a change in his schedule. It is absolutely as a result of the incident today. We heard from the president publicly in 2 forms already tonight. First, a written statement, and then, as you were in the chair earlier, when he spoke to the small group of reporters with him in Delaware, known as the Traveling Press Pool, and he addressed the concerns about this incident and said that he was trying to reach former President Trump to speak to him directly and personally by phone. They had not done so at that point. He described how he has been briefed by the head of the Secret Service, his Secretary of Homeland Security, and also other officials, including his Homeland Security advisor within the White House, who would be steeped in the knowledge of any potential threats. The president saying that he, of course, wants everyone across the political spectrum throughout the country to stand against acts of political violence, saying it cannot happen in America, should not happen in America. So with that as the backdrop, the president will be traveling back here tonight. We don't have specifics about how his schedule might change further. He certainly had plenty of events coming up in the days ahead. So that will be kind of a piece-by-piece moment as they assess the status of the investigation. I expect the president would want to have additional briefings, and by coming back to Washington, he could speak directly with some of the officials who are based here. Separately, I've been doing reporting that really began before this incident took place about changes coming at the Secret Service because of the Trump candidacy, going from former president who has a certain level of Secret Service detail to the status of being the presumptive nominee, about to be formally the nominee of the Republican Party, and the fact that they had made plans to increase the size of his protective detail and the teams around him because of the change in campaign pace and because of the necessities of travel. That certainly is borne out by these awful events today. In addition, 3 plane loads of chartered aircraft, 3 planes carrying Secret Service personnel traveled yesterday from their various assignments to Milwaukee for the convention, where they were intended to be going for a few purposes. Of course, all the related security for the convention itself, but also including the detail in waiting for the running mate selection, depending on the choice made by the former president about who he will run with on the ticket. And so preparing for that person's immediate family to be protected by Secret Service, adding another protectee in the sphere of what the Secret Service does. So these are some of the moving parts that are happening. Big questions, of course, about how does the political calendar change because of that? What's happening with the investigative pieces, learning many more details about who has been harmed today, the innocent victims who have been caught up in this, as well as a real medical status on the former president, and any information that we can gain through our reporting and with our law enforcement reporting colleagues about the suspected attempted assassin here, the gunman responsible. All of that unfolding on a Saturday night in a steamy Washington as we are trying to learn more details. For the president to be back here, that of course gives him easy access to convene meetings with his officials, and we'll stay on it as there are additional developments. Of course, the Secret Service provided some details that you've discussed at length tonight, having covered many Trump rallies when he was president and when he was a candidate in the last cycle. These are such well-attended events, huge crowds often, and covering events for the current president, President Biden, where he is out on the campaign trail. The security always includes a lot of screening, and that's why it was so notable that we were able to report that this gunman taken out and neutralized in the term of law enforcement by the Secret Service was outside that perimeter. Many questions still to be explored and investigation to be done. But President Biden will be returning here tonight, and we hope to have an update on whether he has reached the former president by phone. Lester?
All right, Kelly, thanks. We're going to try to shed a little more light on what you're talking about there. We're going to show you some new video our team has obtained. We want to warn you it's disturbing. If you look at the blurred part of your screen, that appears to show the suspect's body at the scene of the shooting. NBC News confirmed from multiple law enforcement officials that
went out to eat on his birthday. 3 shots from the sniper in the worst way. He was dissing on Trump. Now we smoking this bomb. Man, fuck that nigga, man. Yeah, we don't need to blur him. We need to show this nigga fully. We gotta set a precedence. When you try to kill a U.S. president, nigga, you look like this, nigga. I want his brain just splattered. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know about y'all niggas. We gotta show it. While we blurring his body, we gotta show it. Fuck that nigga, man. Fuck him, his family, everything he got going on.
the suspect was male. We also learned the suspect is dead. We have not confirmed his identity yet, but this, as you can see, is an elevated position which would be consistent with what officials have been reporting, that this shooter was operating from a superior, a higher ground, if you will.
Nah, chat. I do have a picture. Yeah, he's smoked out. He got blood leaking all through his mouth and everything. I'm looking at it. I'm smiling. Went out to eat on his birthday. Might be a little bit graphic for y'all, but this is exactly how they supposed to treat a nigga who tried to kill a president. Nigga, the shit that I'm looking at, nigga, they shot that nigga through his, let me see, through his left. They shot him over here. Shot the fuck out of him. That nigga was dead with the first. They headshotted that bitch ass nigga. That's a fact. He got blood leaking all over the place. Good for this nigga, man. Fuck this nigga. Anyway.
Or in this case, perhaps a building of some sort. All this will, the investigation, frankly, is moving at a pretty good clip here. We are getting more information by the hour here, so we'll continue to do that. I want to bring back retired ATF Special Agent Jim Kavanaugh. Jim, what do you make of that video?
Well, it's really surprising, Lester. I mean, one of the things that shocked me first in this event is when we learned that it was a long rifle shot. We haven't seen long rifle attack on politicians really since the 60s. The last one I remember was Dr. King in 68 and, of course, John F. Kennedy. But they were rifle shots. But every other attack on Reagan, the two attacks on President Ford, the attack on George Wallace when he was candidate, they were all handguns. And the reason is that since the 63 assassination of John Kennedy, the Secret Service has always held the high ground. I was never on a Secret Service detail, and I was on a number when I was in ATF for all those years, where they didn't have command of all the high ground. So I'm really shocked, I'm surprised that at the top of a building or shed or barn or whatever that is, a couple hundred yards away is not already have been commanded by the Secret Service and the police working with them. It's very surprising to me. My question that I want to find out is what was the garb of the killer, or what was he wearing? He killed a man at the rally and he tried to kill President Trump. What was he wearing? Was he wearing a tactical outfit that maybe some of the law enforcement members mistook that he was supposed to be there, that he looked
Jim,
like an agent?
When we played the tape, I have noticed, so you hear kind of a rapid gunfire. It sounds in the background, and then there's a pause, and then we hear another shot and people scream. I presume that other shot is when they took down the shooter. I'm making a presumption here. But it, too, sounded in the background. Did you pick up on that as well?
Yes, I think you're right. It's the distance. It's the distance from the microphones. The CAT team, you'll see that the two agents that are walking around on the dais there in the tactical garb, they're part of the Secret Service CAT team, C-A-T, Counterattack on Terrorist Team. And they'll have long rifles, and they'll have members, long rifle teams on top of buildings. I think you showed pictures of them earlier just on some feed.
I can't tell you. BBC News and BBC went out to eat on his birthday. Wait, hold on. My bad.
And I will no longer call him a fascist or a Nazi. That
here we go.
Very little law enforcement.
Per se, meaning damages will be assumed. You don't have to prove it. Someone says you're a child molester, they're presumed.
Wait, what the fuck is
It'd be
Trump's cheer an event like
say that.
I said BBC. Okay, I'm on BBC. Pause on BBC. Who got interviewed? Where can I find it? Chat, where can I find? Like, y'all just said some shit. I'm trying to find it. I'm reading the comments. BBC News. Look at the interview. What I gotta type in? BBC News Ginger Guy. BBC News Ginger Guy. We're on BBC News. These are videos. This is an hour. Like, should we just go look at the live? What do I type in? Redhead BBC interview. I'll type it, but like I don't think that will work. Is it this guy? BBC News on Twitter. Okay, I got y'all. BBC News. Yo, I feel like y'all trying to get me to look up porn. BBC News. This is like, okay, I hope, I was like, hope they didn't say they was trying to look for like big black cock. Okay, here we go. Okay. Where's the ginger dude? What the fuck? We already watched it, right? Oh shit. Yo, look at Trump's ear. Let's try to zoom in. Fuck. Damn. Holy shit.
Scope, a binocular.
I am, yes.
Do you do that with some deal of trepidation after what you've experienced and what you saw?
Well, I'm still processing, what I saw, but, as a public, I'm hoping to be a public official here as a candidate. One of the things you don't want.
You said go back to YouTube second video. Bro, I think we watched it already, bro. BBC News. You said it was a second video. We're on BBC News. If we go to video, second video. Are you talking about this?
We are hearing reports that shots have been fired at this President Trump rally. Now, this is taking place in Pennsylvania. We understand that the former president has just been bundled into one of those cars. Of course, all former presidents have a massive Secret Service detail with them at all times. You can see there lots of emergency vehicles and cars that are whizzing away from there. Now, President Trump was due to address supporters at this presidential rally. It's in Pennsylvania. Now, this is the swing state that he won in 2016, but was defeated there by Joe Biden 4 years later. This all comes ahead of the Republicans' National Convention, which is scheduled to start on Monday. This is when it is likely that Donald Trump will name who his pick is as running mate for the presidential election in November. Now, we understand that, as I said, Secret Service agents escorted him to a vehicle. We are also hearing that he was seen raising a fist in the air as he got into the car. So if you are just joining us, the breaking news is that shots have been fired at a Trump rally in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump was due to address those supporters. I'm not sure if he'd actually gone onto the stage or not at the time, but you can see that there is a lot of activity there from the security services, and they have taken former President Donald Trump away. Secret Service, of course, with Donald Trump at all times of the day, 24 hours a day, as with all former presidents and, of course, the current president, President Biden. You can see that the situation, the people there are quite calm. There's not a lot of panic at that rally at the moment. So it certainly hasn't been lots of people running. So the security services obviously jumped into operation very quick there. But President Trump, former President Trump, taken away from that rally in Pennsylvania by the security services, the Secret Service. We can see there that the crowd are quite calm. What I can now show you is the moment that this happened. So there he is on stage. So there you can see the moment that that shot was fired. Donald Trump came to the ground and is surrounded by the security services that you can see there. What I am going to do now is we're going to cross live to our colleagues in Washington for the very latest on this, as shots have been fired at the Donald Trump rally in Pennsylvania. You can see the Secret Service and armed police coming up onto that stage. Let's cross to our colleagues in Washington.
And all of a sudden, from my left, we heard a bunch of shots and people started running towards us. So we just took off. People were, running, tripping, falling, and we just ran until we were across the street behind the building.
Did you see anyone hit at all?
No. But I spoke with my mom on the phone, and I think, from what I understand, they got him. I don't know.
We can't confirm that at this
No.
stage at all.
But
Could
now I
you
can
tell
see
where
it.
the shooting was coming from? Was it
It
from
was
the
coming
crowd or
from-
from outside of the crowd?
I think it was like one of these buildings back here,
Right. So you think it was coming from higher up, possibly?
behind the fences. Yeah.
Okay. And what was the atmosphere like in the crowd at that moment when it started?
Panic.
Did people start running?
Yeah.
Right.
And they were
Very
running and
upsetting.
tripping over each other, and yeah.
Yeah. And do you know, did the police move in pretty quickly?
From what I saw, yeah, there were police officers in the field, like right beyond the fence, and they took off immediately. So
Okay. And what's the situation in there now? You've just been there a few moments ago. What's the situation look like in there when you left?
people are leaving.
Right.
I'm sure they got him off stage.
Yeah.
So I don't.
Okay, Paige.
I don't know.
Well, you take care when you,
Thank
and
you.
sorry you've had to witness that. So, Carl, the situation very, very unclear at the moment about what has happened. Someone mentioned, and we have no reason to back this up, we have no facts to back this up, that there may have been some snipers outside of the crowd. We don't know whether that's true or not. Someone else shouted as they went by, they think they got him, but we don't know any of those facts yet. We're waiting to see. A very, very confused situation. But it does seem very clear that at Donald Trump's final rally before the Royal Republican National Convention, there does seem to have been some kind of pretty serious shooting incident here. And the crowds, the speech has stopped, Donald Trump is off stage, the police and the military are involved, and people are leaving the scene, and everyone is obviously clearly very worried about what's happening.
Gary, I was able to see, we were watching, of course, as these things played out. We had a live shot of your camera. We were able to see you sort of taking cover. I just want to ask you, what did you hear when you were there? How loud were those shots? Did you have a sense of kind of what was happening? You were outside, we should say, of that actual rally.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. I was standing sort of with the rally sort of ahead of me to the left, and I could hear the shots happening.
Have some respect.
I could hear the shots happening. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me.
Have some
Excuse me,
respect.
sir. We're telling
There's people that lost lives. Have some
We're
respect.
telling the public what's happening. They have a right to know.
Have some respect.
The public have a right to know
Have
what's happening.
respect.
We have respect.
Have respect.
People have a right to know. Okay. So what I heard, Carl, was probably a couple of 100 meters away, a rapid number of shots, possibly 6 or 8 shots. It's difficult to tell the number, but it was clearly gunfire. And that's all we know at this stage. We don't know. Clearly there may well have been people injured. Clearly the speech has stopped. Donald Trump has been taken off stage. But the facts are very, very unclear at the moment.
Gary, stay with us here. I just want to bring our audience a bit more information that we're getting in, and this is coming from the AFP news agency. It's
we just got information. I don't know if they were about to say the same thing because we were kind of quoting the same thing, but the White House says President Biden has spoken with Donald Trump after the apparent attempt on his life.
Says that Donald Trump was seen with blood on his ear as he was removed from the rally stage. It doesn't mean that we know that, of course, he was struck by any gunfire. That could have been, we saw that moment that the president went down to the stage. That could have been from that moment. Again, that report coming in from the AFP news agency. And just to bring our viewers up to date, this is just developing at a rally in Pennsylvania. This is a Trump rally where we have heard reports from Reuters that shots have been fired. We heard there from our correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, that he was able to hear those shots. Bystanders also hearing several shots fired. And I believe we can see that moment now when this all took place. Let's take a look at that.
Take a look at what happened.
Okay, chat, real quick, and I'm sorry to pause it at that point. Oh, wow, look at this shit right here, chat. Oh, look at this, chat, look at this. Oh, wow, this is crazy. Look, chat. Look, I got y'all. Look.
If these pictures.
So this was like, I guess there was a helicopter in the air or close by or a drone. They have footage of the roofs that were supposedly close to where the shooter was, or maybe where it was at. Here we go.
Are what they appear to be. If that is a shooter deceased on top of that building.
Now they blurred it out. The shooter would be here,
150 meters away from the rally venue. If that is the shooter who discharged the bullets,
it appears that it would be the shooter. If we're thinking about it, look. You're going to see a cop car
150 meters away from the rally venue. If
so the shooter would be here.
Is the shooter who discharged.
Look, you see a cop car and some other shit here.
The bullets that led to the incident inside that rally venue. There will be questions.
The shooter is blurred out here, but you see more police presence here.
About where the Secret Service security perimeter ended, if this building was outside that Secret Service perimeter, and if it was outside, why was it outside? Just to reflect again that press statement from the United States Secret Service, they say that at approximately 6:15 p.m.
Went out to eat on his birthday. Yeah. So this nigga right here is a pack. He's a shooter, supposedly. So you just seen a blur.
Suspected shooter fired multiple shots toward the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter.
He was dissing on me. No smoking.
Shooter, who is now deceased. US Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and the former president is safe and being evaluated. One spectator was killed, 2 spectators were critically injured. This incident is currently under investigation, and the Secret Service has formally notified the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Also, just getting a statement now from the Secretary of Homeland Security, who says that the US Secret Service Director Cheetle and I have briefed President Biden on today's shooting in Pennsylvania. This statement goes on to say that the Secret Service are working with law enforcement partners to respond to and investigate the shooting. We condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. But these are quite stunning pictures now that we're seeing, these helicopter pictures above a building in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Still unconfirmed as of yet to what they show, but they do apparently show a man or a person deceased atop that building, possibly the elevated position from where those shots were fired inside to the inside of that rally perimeter where Donald Trump was holding that rally. So potentially very significant indeed if these pictures do show what we think they may.
Now, I think maybe what y'all were trying to get me to show was, wow, look at this.
Here you weren't inside the event.
Oh, we played this already though.
Nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw and what.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farm and Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, you know, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees up there under the shade, and watch and listen to the rally. Right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, you know. But we noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, and, you know, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle, absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on. You know, we're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And Next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree.
Could they see
binoculars?
Could they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? I mean, this is not a big place.
Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
It's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there.
I ain't gonna lie, this nigga better. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm just reacting like how regular humans are gonna react to this. This nigga, he gonna have a story to tell. He better start charging for interviews, nigga. This nigga right here. Holy. Hey, give me a second. Went out to eat on his birthday. He was dissing on me. Holy shit. Give me 1 second. I hate when I'm doing shit that y'all can't see what I'm doing. All right. Not gonna work.
You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in muted colors, tan type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. I mean, we saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know what kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. No, I mean, it was a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but
sure. But
it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man. All I'll tell you is, if I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree. We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions, I think, that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
I mean, nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right, well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And,
All right.
Stay safe.
Okay. Back to the shit.
You've been to several rallies like this one. These are generally events where you see a very high level of security. What type of security did you see that was in place and would have been there protecting the president?
The other side. There was a lot of police, as you can imagine. Don't forget that as a former president, he gets Secret Service protection around the clock in any case. That the security for these things is enormously high, but this is an outdoor venue, so that has its own challenges in terms of security, because while you can check everyone that goes into the event, you can check all the media, you can check the public that go right into the event. Clearly there are spots around here. It's a sort of rural area, and there are spots around here where people could presumably hide. So we're speculating about where these shots were coming from, but certainly the couple of people we've heard from so far suggest that it was outside of the venue, inwards. And you saw there on the pictures, the former president appeared to put his hand up to his ear, and some reports that we've seen of blood on his ear when he was being taken away. But the security is incredibly heavy for a former president. He's obviously a figure that raises emotions as well, and that means the security is also very high for those reasons. So sorry, we've got some noises off here from emotions, as you can imagine, are pretty high here at the moment. You saw that a moment ago with the guy who was objecting to us being on air. But it's important for us to be here to tell you what we know about what's happening and the sort of lack of detail we have at this stage. But this is incredibly serious incident. I mean, this is something that, you know, hasn't happened in the United States for a long time. I'm thinking back to attempts on Ronald Reagan's life, of course, when he was shot while he was president, and of course the assassination of JFK. This is something that is one of those kind of moments where you have to sort of take a breath and try and work out what's happening, and the details will come in time, I'm sure. And we will learn what happened with those shots. But what I can confirm to you, Carl, is that while we were on air, just a few hundred meters away from the rally itself, while we were broadcasting on the BBC World Service, there were at least half a dozen, possibly more shots fired away to sort of behind me where I was standing. In rapid succession, those shots. They were clearly gunshots. And that's, I'm afraid, when myself and my cameraman Sam and my producer Ina, that's when we hit the deck.
Yeah, Gary O'Donoghue, our senior North America correspondent, stay with us there if you can. I just want to again bring our viewers up to date if you're just joining us. We have reports, and we've seen there on the video, or Gary witnessing that as well, hearing those shots fired, several shots in rapid succession at a campaign rally. This was.
Yo, chat. You know the world's going mad when I just seen a blog, you know, they already clipped this.
Speaking, we're going to show you that moment once again when those shots rang out. A warning, this may be disturbing for some, but let's just take a look again at that moment when those shots were fired.
Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, an incredibly scary moment there. Very disturbing.
Okay. Let me go back to this live. This is live NBC News.
So that's the hardened security perimeter. Now, what we're hearing is this individual who took the shot was outside that perimeter. Now, just because they're outside that perimeter, it does not mean that you don't secure that. You do have a secure element out that way. So one of the things, or there's multiple things you do, you have local police patrolling the area, right? You can have post standards or USSS personnel perhaps also patrolling the area with local police. Now, the counter sniper entities, and what we're hearing through reports is there are two snipers on a rooftop in an adjacent building. Now, what they do is they want a high position.
I just want to stop you there, as we are just looking here at President Biden and his team. That's not the president, of course, that's his motorcade pulling up to Air Force One. He is departing. You see him going up the steps of Air Force One now, the back of the president, heading back to the White House after this apparent assassination.
Yo, this nigga look like he's... Yo, he focusing dumb hard to get up these steps. Why don't they have like an elevator for this old ass nigga, bro? Like, come on, bro. Like, why y'all keep acting like this nigga ain't what he is? Give him an elevator that just he stands on, it lifts him right to the thing and he walks on. Why does he gotta walk up these fucking steps? Bro, just let the nigga get like lifted onto there. Like, what's up with this nigga? Or not this thing, like, what's up with like people like trying to get him to do regular shit?
Attempt on former President Trump.
Bro, this thing a little mad focused. Look, The last 3 rungs, he's like, all right, bet I'm going to take my hand off the railing. I'm going to show people I could walk up steps without holding on to something. Nigga, it's like climbing Mount Everest for this motherfucker. Look.
At that rally in Butler.
And then he still got to hold back on. He took 1 step, he got to hold back on.
We're going to watch President Biden as he...
It's cool. I'm not even tripping on it, but it's like, dog, why are we acting like we don't got like a full-on, like, geriatric patient up in the White House? Why is he still taking stairs? How about give him a ramp and give him like, yo, you ever been in like Walmart or something? Them people with the wheelies, like one of them vehicles they just drive. Just let him drive up the bitch. Why the fuck are we still having him do like exercise? Like, bruh, the nigga probably climbing them stairs like, fuck, I'm on a Stairmaster. This is exhausting.
Boards Air Force One again, leaving Delaware. He is returning here to Washington.
Yo. This look like Goon You in the club. You remember that nigga like that died in like Baltimore or something? They brought the nigga's corpse to the club. Nigga, that's what this looks like. Look at this.
Turning around and giving a salute as he walks in to the plane. We are expecting a press conference in just about 15 minutes from now.
Yo, come on.
Coming up on the bottom of the hour, we will take a very brief couple-second pause for more stations to join us right now.
Bro, enough is enough, bro.
Schedule one brought out by these events where the president made a decision. We were told by sources familiar that he was at Mass earlier today when he learned of the incident involving the former president, made a decision that he wanted to speak publicly in the earliest point after he got some initial briefings, did that earlier tonight. Then as he gained more information, made the decision that he wants to leave Delaware to come back to the White House tonight. We expect he will get here sometime after midnight, likely.
Like, no disrespect, this truck with the stairs don't have to be here. Get him an elevator, bro. Like, who cares? Yo, my thing is this with like even the U.S. presidency, bro. Yo, y'all got. First of all, we know you got to be at least 35 years old to be able to run. Y'all got dudes who are 80. That's 50 years over the requirement. Why are y'all still trying to act like these guys are athletically inclined or even physically capable? Like, all y'all got to do is just be like, yo, hey, listen to them being able to, because there's nothing physical about the president of the United States. Just be like, yo, just listen to their mind, listen to what they talk about, listen to their opinions and ability to argue. That is, that's what you guys should care about. Why do you still got this nigga climbing stairs? Bro, the nigga barely could even make out a sentence last time.
Around the 12:30 a.m. time, and that tomorrow it is expected he will have additional briefings with key law enforcement personnel from the Secret Service, the FBI, Homeland Security, and so forth. All the different threads of information that could give a better picture of what happened, who was involved, and what motivations may have been a part of this. He did have that personal connection with former President Trump by phone tonight after trying to reach him earlier at a time when we could presume that the former president was probably getting some medical care or just getting through the initial experience of this apparent assassination attempt and all of the turmoil associated with that. So they have now spoken and connected personally. We know additionally that the Biden campaign is saying to its own team, turn down the rhetoric, do not comment about this issue, put it on pause right now, and that the focus needs to be on bringing about calm, having some unity in the country, that we as a nation stand against political violence. Even though political violence has reared its head many times in our history, that now is a time with a heated campaign to try to turn down the rhetoric. So this could be a point where we could see some other changes in schedule. We simply don't know yet. These are fast-moving events. We're tracking each of these developments, and as we learn more, we'll bring it to you. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there from the White House. Kelly, thank you very much. I want to bring in Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser, who was at today's rally. He is joining us now. Congressman, thank you very much for your time tonight. I know it's late, and I know it's been a difficult day.
Yeah, well, good to be with you. Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened, what you saw happen, what you saw and heard there today in Butler?
Sure. It started as a typical rally. We had some pre-rally speeches, myself, Senate candidate Dave McCormick, Mike Kelly, my colleague in the House. The president arrived. We did our standard pictures and met with some people. And then he came out and, he wasn't speaking for more than 6 or 7 minutes when we heard rapid gunfire. The first couple of shots, I don't think any of us knew exactly what was going on. Yeah. But I guess it was maybe the fourth shot was when it hit the president. And when he put his hand up to his head and hit the deck, boy, everybody in the place knew what was going on. They knew we were under fire. So the Secret Service did its job. Our Pennsylvania state troopers were also highly engaged. There was a lot of security there. And then very, very sadly, a individual that was sitting just right behind me, a few rows, was also hit. And that was a bad scene. And my understanding is that individual was a fatality, that he was killed. So it was chaotic. It was a shame. And, we're lucky that the president, former President Trump, by a quarter of an inch, avoided assassination.
Wow.
Congressman, just an incredibly traumatic evening. I'm going to ask for your patience. I want to pause this conversation for just a second because my colleague, our investigative correspondent, Tom Winter, is joining us with some breaking news on new details about the suspect. Tom, what's going on?
That's right, Hallie. Alongside our colleagues Kelly O'Donnell and Jonathan Dienst, federal investigators have tentatively identified the man who shot at former President Donald Trump today in Pennsylvania. He is a male described as approximately 20 years old and from Pennsylvania, according to 5 senior law enforcement officials briefed on the matter. So they have a tentative ID. They're still running things down from a law enforcement perspective, and that's the reason why they have not publicly announced the name, and we are not publicly announcing it either at this juncture. But again, the news is that federal investigators do have a tentative identification of the man who shot at former President Trump today. He's approximately 20 years old, from Pennsylvania, and that's according to 5 senior U.S. law enforcement officials. And as I always say, Hallie, and you're probably tired of me saying it over the years, this information it's an ongoing investigation. It's happening as we are live talking about it. So things are always subject to change. But the best information they have is that that's who this individual is. And as we get more information, we will certainly, of course, share it with you. But that's the latest.
Tom Winter, thank you. I'm going to let you get back to your phone. Some critical reporting there from you and the team. I appreciate that. Congressman Muser remains with us, of course. Dan Muser from Pennsylvania, who is there at today's rally. Congressman, obviously you heard my colleague reporting here, our NBC News team, that the suspect is believed to be about 20 years old. And from your state, from Pennsylvania here, sir. Talk us through some reaction there and bring us back to tonight. You described being so close to somebody who was ultimately killed. I imagine there was a fear for your own safety.
Well, I think everybody was fearing some, or in some cases, quite a bit, right? When you're hearing rapid fire like that, and you see the president go down, but certainly when President Trump did get up and waved his fist in that he's on the rise, that changed the mood in a hurry. But there was still a lot of pandemonium, tears, and quite a bit of fear. Regarding the shooter, look, I got some information on him a little bit earlier. If it's the same person, he seems that he put out something earlier that was very threatening, that he was going to do something today. Again, if it was the same individual, whether there's mental illness there or where that level of hate comes from, and the idea that he thinks he would go in and do some good by assassinating our candidate for president and perhaps the future president and the former president is pretty sad. But I'll be honest with you, I'm glad when someone like that thinks that they can get away with something like that he did not, number one, but number two, paid the ultimate price. We need to deter such craziness. And on the same note, I will add, we need an environment of of more of open discourse, less hyperbolizing, less accusations, and more conversations. Right? I mean, that's the responsibility, I think, of those in an elected office, and hopefully this will be a catalyst for us to do that.
Congressman, still a lot of questions, obviously, and we want to be very clear about what we do and what we do not know. But some of those questions may be answered in just about 6 minutes when we hear from law enforcement at a news conference that is set to begin at 11:45 Eastern in Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll be bringing that to folks live. But, Congressman, before I let you go, any contact with any...
Oh, shit. They got a press conference in 5 minutes? That's 11:45. All right, bet.
...in the Trump orbit, the broader orbit, since this...
...going to be quite present at his...
All right, chat. Supposedly there's going to be a press conference in 5 minutes. Nigga, I ain't even going to lie to you. I know I'm fat. I got to go get some food for this shit. Hold up.
Bringing Garrett Hake now, who covers former President Trump. And Garrett, I'm struck by the congressman describing Mr. Trump there as a fighter, because there is that now iconic image being circulated by his allies of the former president. We just showed it here in our video with his fist in the air. You see him waving there. After this, in the video, he does a couple of fist pumps. This is one of those shots there, one of those images, so to speak, Garrett. This is becoming symbolic of the way that those close to the former president see him in this moment and see him moving forward in many ways.
Yeah, Hallie, I think that's right. I mean, it's always been a core element of his political brand, the idea that Donald Trump was a fighter. He likes to say that he will be fighting for the forgotten man. That was, his campaign theme back in 2016 and 2020 for a time. I had a Republican strategist not affiliated with the campaign who I was talking to earlier tonight who said you can't buy a photo like that. I mean, this will become an iconic image in our politics. All of these pictures of Donald Trump from tonight, there are so many that are kind of already going to be seared into the minds of people who've been watching some of this coverage. The photos and the fact that it's Donald Trump himself who's defined much of what we know about tonight. I think really with that one post that he made on his Truth Social platform just before 9 p.m. It was he that confirmed or said that he had been shot. In fact, when at the time, much of the early reporting had suggested that perhaps it was a ricochet or a piece of glass. But no, the former president said in that post, it was in fact a bullet that hit him in the upper ear, on his right ear. He said he could tell exactly what was going on. He could hear it as it was happening. He expressed in that same post condolences for the other victims. Thank you for law enforcement. And interestingly enough, I was thinking in the context of the congressman's comments about, whether they had heard somebody else in the day who might have been making threats. At the time of that Truth Social post, the former president said nothing was known about the shooter. That just before 9 p.m. tonight. Now, who knows to what degree he would have been briefed on an investigation into his own assassination attempt at that point. But that's where we were a few hours ago. And Hallie, as we sit here now, we remain a bit in the dark about the former president's movements. We know only that he's left the Butler area. His campaign has, by rule, basically not been commenting really about this assassination attempt at all tonight, but are, I think, particularly and understandably guarding quite closely his movements at this hour. He had his plane with him there at the Pittsburgh airport, but we don't know whether he's going back to New Jersey, as had been the original plan, or perhaps to one of his other residences tonight. We do expect to see him on Monday in Milwaukee for one important piece of business, of course. He has to pick a vice president. He has to pick a running mate, and he has to do that by basically mid-afternoon Monday, or they're going to have to rework the convention. And I will say just one final thought again, as I was listening to your conversation with the congressman. The statements that we have from the RNC and from the Trump campaign thus far are basically the show must go on, that the convention will move forward on Monday. But the idea that a convention can be completely redone from the ground up is not totally a new phenomenon. Obviously, we saw the conventions rebuilt from scratch during COVID in 2020. And I remember the first convention I ever covered in 2008, a Republican convention, had to be completely reworked. One day of programming completely dropped to accommodate a hurricane halfway across the country. That it made it seem inappropriate to be holding convention-related activities at that time. And so there will be no rest in Milwaukee tonight, I suspect, for all the folks, some 50,000 ultimately, who will be there hoping to put on that event for the Republican Party that's now sort of rethinking quite a bit, I imagine.
Garrett, thank you. That tees us up for Vaughn Hilliard, who is in Milwaukee. And Vaughn, I want to preface this by saying in the next couple of minutes, we expect to see a news conference from Butler, Pennsylvania, perhaps a critical one, as we do think we're going to hear from both local and federal law enforcement officials about what happened at the rally, about the next steps moving forward, and about where this investigation stands. There are a lot of questions still on that front tonight as our team continues to report out details, including that multiple sources are telling our team that the suspect appears to be, who is now dead, the suspected shooter, 20 years old, just about, from the state of Pennsylvania. As that is happening, there is that split screen, of course, where you are in Milwaukee, as Garrett and I were just talking about, Vaughn.
Right, and there's also a question tonight exactly where the presumptive 2024 Republican nominee is headed. We know that he has left the Butler area. It was not intended initially for him to come directly to Milwaukee. The main primetime festivities, the convention formally opens inside of the arena behind me here on Monday, though the several thousand delegates that will be in attendance and will be formally nominating him on Monday here in Milwaukee.
Fuck all that. What's up with the press conference, gang?
Already in town. There was a reception this
evening
evening that was on the books, being put on by Reince Priebus, the former RNC chair, who is from the Milwaukee area, is essentially serving as the host of this Republican National Convention. That reception was canceled here tonight. There are other meetings that are going to be taking place here around the greater Milwaukee area tomorrow. I'm told that those are proceeding as normal. There is no indication that the convention plans are changing in any way. I've talked to several delegates here tonight who suggested to me that this only intensifies the energy and the importance of the convention speech that Donald Trump will deliver in prime time on Thursday night. Garrett said it. He still has a vice presidential running mate to make the selection of. There is a lot on the line for Donald Trump in the next 4 months. There is a potential sentencing date still in Lower Manhattan that he could very well face. And I can only tell you, Hallie, over the last 9 years, you have covered this campaign so closely as well. The intensity on the ground among voters on the left, on the right, has only increased with each passing year. And this year, more than ever, the understanding of what is on the line in this rematch of Joe Biden and Donald Trump on November 5th, 2024, is very well understood. And when you see the thousands of folks that come out to Donald Trump's rallies in the heat of the summer, like it was today in Pennsylvania, or a couple weeks ago in Nevada when it was over 100 degrees, there is a passion and intensity among so many to have that individual return back into the White House. Today, we are less than 4 months from the presidential election, and we expect the former president of the United States and presumptive Republican nominee to be here in Milwaukee for the Republican National Convention in less than 48 hours. Hallie.
Vaughn Hilliard live for us there in Milwaukee. Vaughn, thank you. I want to show you now the scene from Butler, Pennsylvania, where we are awaiting at any minute. You see the microphones there, the chairs set up, a news conference from federal, state, local officials on what has happened today. And you see it there in that just unprecedented banner on our screen. The former President Trump has been hurt in this apparent assassination attempt, a moment that is clearly reshaping this political campaign. The former president, he says, his campaign says, is fine. He is safe. Mr. Trump describing how he heard the bullet whizzing past his ear, that he was shot, that the bullet pierced his upper right ear. We've seen those images, too, of blood on his face. You see it there as we are now waiting for that news conference to begin. And if you're just joining us or have been watching for the last couple of hours, we want to give you a sense of the moments, what it was like when it happened and after there in Butler. Listen.
Dad, take a look at what happened.
It don't look like it went through. But if y'all claim Megan Stallion got hit, he got shot too then. Fuck it.
Hawkeye's here. Hawkeye's here. Move it to the stair. Stair, get ready. Stair, get ready. We ready?
And then as he moved his head to look at the chart up on the screen, that's when he got grazed in the ear. If he had not moved his head at that nick of time, it could have been a lot worse.
There's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick.
There you go,
It's one of
Bobby.
the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that people and we have more detail to come.
I'm shook. I'm definitely shook up, but I'm okay. Yeah, and Trump was talking, watching him. I heard pop, pop, pop. I thought it was like a cap gun. And my son's like, God, get down. And next thing you know, everybody around us was down. And then once we got down, we was up at the top of our bleacher. The men were yelling to all the snipers and all the cops to come over because he had shot a man and a woman in our bleacher.
The scene as it happened just after 6 o'clock Eastern time. Here we are pushing midnight on the East Coast, and we expect to get an update from law enforcement any minute. Evie Paporis, a former Secret Service agent, is with us now. We understand, Evie, that Secret Service will be briefing along with federal law enforcement, local law enforcement. Help us set the table for what we might expect to hear in the next couple of minutes.
So they're going to break down what they do know and then what they're willing to share. Obviously, this is an ongoing investigation. We're not going to get all the facts. It's likely they may share the name of the individual. They may not. It depends what they've done. Because think about it. You want to go and interview all the people that are connected to this person. You also want to make sure that there are no other individuals connected to this person in committing this crime, committing the assassination, that it was a network of people. Those are the things you want to look at. They're going to talk about where that person was positioned. Interestingly enough, it's how did that person get there? That's a big question that everybody's asking. Yes, it was outside the security perimeter, but how did that person get there? How did that person get access to the roof? These are all the different things people are trying to understand. And what protocols were put in place, and what are they going to do? So you're going to hear the what have we done so far? Where are we at now? And what are we going to do moving forward? Likely with the U.S. Secret Service, they're going to talk about their resources, how they're moving with protection as they're going forward. We're talking about the RNC. You've got other candidates coming in, especially if former President Trump is going to announce who his VP is. So the Secret Service isn't going to turn off. This is still going to go. And you're going to see more resources and more assets put into place. So it's going to be a breakdown of the investigation and of how things are moving forward when it comes protection-wise.
Evie, thank you. I'm going to ask you to stand by. We want to listen in now to this news conference that is happening in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're bringing it to you live here on this NBC News special report.
Are we ready?
Let's listen in.
Is everyone ready?
I'm ready.
Ready?
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know if all the cameras are.
So my name is Kevin Rojek. That's R-O-J-E-K. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Pittsburgh field office. The first thing I want to say is that the FBI stands with the people of Butler County in Western Pennsylvania, and our hearts go out to the victims of this heinous act which occurred today. This is our community, and I want to let the public know that the FBI has deployed a number of our resources, including investigative agents, our evidence response team, bomb technicians, and we have additional resources coming from other field offices, as well as from FBI headquarters, including our evidence response from Quantico, Virginia. We have intelligence analysts as well, working from our field office in Pittsburgh, working feverishly to attempt to identify the individual who did this and any motives behind why this was done. Right now, we need the public's help. Anyone who was on scene, who saw anything, who identified any information, please report that to the FBI using either the phone number 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at fbi.gov/Butler. This evening we had what we're calling an assassination attempt against our former president, Donald Trump. It's still an active crime scene. As I mentioned, we have a number of agents on scene. We also are working closely with other federal agencies, our state partners, and our local police partners as well. Again, at this time, we are not prepared to identify who the shooter is. We are close to that identification, and as soon as we are 100% confident in who that individual is, we will share it with the press. With that being said, also, we do not currently have an identified motive, although our investigators are working tirelessly to attempt to identify what that motive was. At this time, I'm going to turn over the podium to Colonel Chris Paris from the Pennsylvania State Police.
Thank you very much. My name is Colonel Chris Paris, P-A-R-I-S, Commissioner of Pennsylvania State Police. I would just like to say that the State Police have been in regular contact with the Governor's Office, and the full support and assets of the entire agency are behind the FBI and our other federal and municipal partners to assist with this investigation. The thoughts and prayers of the Pennsylvania State Police are likewise with the victims of this terrible act. We are prepared to support this investigation in any way, shape, or form, and we stand ready to participate in a full, fair, and competent and thorough investigation. To give you an operational rundown, Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, is behind me, and he will discuss the operational portion that's being conducted by the Pennsylvania State Police. Lieutenant Colonel Bivens.
Good evening. So let me describe for you a little bit about the scene that we have over there. As you know, there was a grandstand, a very large area, a lot of people there when this all unfolded. The former president had come out and begun to speak shortly after 6 o'clock this evening. And within about 10 to 15 minutes, a number of sounds were heard, and it became apparent that shots were being fired in that direction. It was a chaotic scene. Law enforcement, I believe, acted heroically, quickly identifying and neutralizing the threat, as well as responding to assist the various victims. PSP had a significant presence on the scene along with all of our federal partners at the time of the shooting. We have since enhanced that presence significantly, bringing in resources from all over the Commonwealth to ensure that we have a speedy, thorough investigation. We are working very closely with the FBI as we work through this. As you can imagine, because of the variety of crimes that have been committed, some are under federal jurisdiction, some are under state jurisdiction. And so, we're working through all of that, not an issue at all. We work seamlessly, but the FBI has maintained the lead on the attempted assassination. PSP will take the lead on the homicide and the shootings of the other individuals in the grandstand area. And so there are a lot of witnesses to be interviewed, a lot of things to be processed. There were some complicators that hopefully the next time we speak we can describe for you, but some complicators that slowed down some of the processing and the positive identification of the shooter. But know that at this time we have no reason to believe that there is any other existing threat out there. We are doing everything we can to make sure that this is thoroughly investigated, and that if there is any information developed that anyone else was involved, that between PSP and the FBI, that will very quickly be followed up on. So I think at this time we would open it up to questions from all of you.
Was this a lone wolf attack?
Again, I think it's too early to say that. We have one shooter tentatively identified, but we're not stopping there. We're following up on a lot of information. It will be some time until we can conclusively say or answer that question, I think.
How long do you think that gun was hiding up there? I mean, we saw
saw the snipers up there, you know, as the crowds were kind of rolling in and looked like they had a pretty good viewpoint to check everyone out. So how long did that guy been out there?
Again, that'll all be part of the investigation, but
Can you come up to the mic, please?
that will all be part of the investigation. But I can tell you that preliminarily it appears everything unfolded very quickly. So, you know, again, we'll have more information on that, but it's just too early to start definitively saying this happened at this exact time. And
But it wasn't like he's inside the security perimeter, right? That building he's on is outside of it?
That's correct.
How far outside of it was it?
We'll have that information for you. It was some distance outside of the
Colonel,
security
can you
perimeter.
comment on reports that there were people who saw someone on the roof and tried to alert authorities?
We're following up on those. I will tell you that I am aware of those, and I am aware that law enforcement had responded to a number of reports of suspicious activity. The specific response to this will be all part of the after action, but yes, law enforcement was responding to check on several suspicious occurrences.
What were the other suspicious occurrences?
That'll all be part of the investigation.
So you said that you're close to identifying the shooter. Could you at least confirm that he is from Butler County, Pennsylvania? Is there anything else? Did he have any affiliation with that company, do you know?
So again, we're not prepared at this time to provide the identity of the potential shooter. We're in the process of doing the confirmation, and once we have the confirmation, we'll release the name officially to the press. But at this time, we can't give any further information on the potential shooter.
Or his family, or what all seems to be done?
No, it's a matter of doing biometric confirmations. So there was no identification on the individual, as an example. So we're looking at photographs right now, and we're trying to run his DNA and get biometric confirmation on.
Would you be able to comment just what police found left behind? Like any possible devices? Did you find any extra guns? Just anything else?
Oh, nah, they're asking the right questions, though.
Not at this time. No, we're still in the process of an active investigation. So we'd like to reserve releasing any information like that until we have more facts.
Today, was there any heightened threat level, credible threat level that you guys were aware of more so than what is typical for an event like this?
From the FBI's perspective, no. We did not have any specific threat information related to this event.
Can I ask, you talked about how it happened so quickly, and we know that there is at least 2 casualties, including the gunman at this point, that we're aware of. It could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely.
Are you able to comment more about that and how it was taken care of so quickly?
So I think the credit goes to not only the Secret Service, who was on site, but also the state and local partners who were there on site and were able to react immediately when the incident occurred.
Do you know how many officers fired their weapons?
I do not.
I understand that it's very early and there's still going to be a lot of questions, but I mean, is this a failure of security?
Really, at this point, we're not going to make that assessment. There's an active investigation. A lot of things need to occur investigatively to make those determinations of what, if any, failures there were. So we can't comment on that at this time.
So you can't say if Secret Service had checked those buildings or were keeping a close eye or?
Really have to defer to Secret Service for those questions.
Was there any law enforcement at the AGR property prior to the event? Like, were there police at that location at any point during the event?
Are you saying the location where the shooter was located?
Yes.
I don't have any information on that. You'd have to defer to Secret Service.
When do you think you will release? When will the name of the shooter be released? I mean, any inkling of when that might happen, tomorrow or?
So that'll be as soon as we've confirmed 100%, we're willing to release that. So if we have, as far as the contact information for the press, we should be able to do that within the next few hours, I imagine.
I'm sorry. So there was a vehicle being checked not far from here. We've also heard of a possible related scene in Bethel Park. Is there anything you can tell us tonight about other areas where law enforcement may be searching in relation to this event?
Again, right now we're tracking down all leads and doing all interviews and tracking anything that we can regarding suspicious locations, vehicles, locations, interviewing individuals. So it's all related to this event, but I can't confirm or deny anything that's going on beyond that.
Can you tell us about the weapon that the shooter used?
As far as the details of the weapon?
Yeah, what kind of a rifle was that?
Do you want to come on?
What did he use?
No, until it's confirmed, I'll be coming with.
Okay, until we have the confirmation of who the shooter is, and we'll release that as part of the investigative details later.
You said that guys are deploying extra resources, and one of the things that you said was bomb technicians. So is this standard procedure, or do you have reason to believe that there are bombs somewhere in Butler County? Can you just walk us through that?
It's primarily standard procedure of any suspicious packages. In this case, there was identification of suspicious packages around where the shooter was, and so we deployed, in an abundance of caution, bomb assets to make sure that those were cleared for investigators to move safely in the area. We're still working on, it's still an active crime scene, so I'm not going to say that the scene is 100% clear at this time.
Why are there any Secret Service agents here right now for this press conference?
So Secret Service wasn't available for the press conference at this time.
I understand what packages are you talking about? You're talking about packages, but just suspicious packages like what? You're the shooter.
Really anything. I don't have specifics on what they were looking at, but you know, there's people in the crowd will leave bags as they're fleeing the scene like this. So any suspicious packages we have to treat as it may be an explosive device.
And how quickly, this goes in, I guess, to the Secret Service, which we're not here to talk about, I guess, but when you guys jumped into action, all law enforcement, and were able to take down that shooter, how quickly did everybody jump in, and who ended up taking him out?
So it was immediate, and we're still trying to figure that out. So we'll wait till we have more definitive information regarding that investigatively.
What about the person in the crowd? Do you have any information about how they were killed?
My understanding was it was from the shooter, but again, those will be details that are released later.
Do you search homes or apartments as a part of your method of identifying the individual?
So if that's where the leads take us, absolutely.
Was Donald Trump hit with a bullet, do you know for sure, or was it potentially something else that could have?
I don't have that specific information as far as the injuries to the former president.
I understand you're not releasing the suspect's identification right now, but as you know, is this person known to you guys? Is he somebody that you guys have been looking at due to threats he's possibly made online, et cetera, et cetera?
Again, the information that we currently have, we're looking at that obviously very intently, and as we know that information, we'll release that as well. So we'll need to plan another time for a follow-up press conference. We're looking at all investigative leads and all everything from, and that's why we asked the public, because I'm sure there'll be cell phone video, there'll be all kinds of information that we'll use to fully